how many informal businesses were using internet-enabled platforms in their businesses, such as WhatsApp, Facebook, emails, etc. The report revealed that 80% of business operators in the informal sector were not using any of these platforms, while only 9% were using WhatsApp, 7% Facebook, 1% Twitter, Instagrams, and emails. And I think that's good information for those who are in ICT. There is a lot of space to cover, and that is an opportunity for those who are in the business area. Ladies and gentlemen, a critical look at these statistics, therefore, that I've shared with you, it is obvious that business owners and employees in the informal sector, which is characterized by low skills, low income, and lack of social protection, has very low ICT uptake. A trend, if not arrested, will perpetuate digital divide that will be too visible to hide. And as we go forward, PS, I want to appreciate my colleague, CS Musheru, and the whole team in the ICT sector, because of the movement and the penetration of ICT in this country. I remember 10, 20 years ago, issue of payments, like payment system that we have introduced, the banking system has completely been transformed. We used to pay school fees lining up in banks. Now we have PayBill, we have M-Pesa accounts that we can pay fees from your house. You can pay fees, you can pay matatus. I look forward to those days we don't carry any money. That is the day that this country will have really moved to the next level. I also hope that in future, we will be able to break the boundaries between in our region. Like now we are integrating ourselves as East African community. We have 350 million people with the coming of DRC. With digital penetration, we can break the barriers. We can create a one regional community, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania, and up to DRC. An economy with a population of 350 million, comparable to United States of America. We can transform this economy, this region, using ICT. The question which then begs for an answer, and which I hope this conference can address, is how then should we harness the full potential of digital technologies without creating a digital divide? As government and stakeholders in the ICT sector, we must endeavor to create an environment that supports increased productivity of organizations by upgrading skills of informal business owners and workers. In an effort to address the risk of creating a digital divide, the Ministry of Labor, through the National Industrial Training Authority, has started incorporating ICT training in the trade test, and by so doing, we hope that the future of anyone graduating from NITA will have ICT skills. As a start this year alone, 1,666 trainees at artisan level 3, 2, and 1 have been assessed and passed ICT skills. Our target is for all the 100,000 trainees who graduate from NITA annually to also have ICT skills. We also have started a program with Cisco to offer ICT training to people with disability. And at this point, I want to thank Safaricom, our leading mobile company in Kenya, for holding our hand and supporting the people, our vulnerable members of society, people living with disability. They were able to, the first cohort of 38 trainees completed the 9-month Cisco training at NITA with 100% pass. And they have all been taken up by Safaricom. This has seen other partners like the Standard Chartered Bank and KCB coming on board to also sponsor another cohort. I invite anyone here who is ready and philanthropic enough to support vulnerable members of our society to join us in supporting our members of our society who are living with disability. But the disability is not inability. Those fellows have really demonstrated a lot of capacity in Safaricom. We are also implementing policy of recognition of prior learning. Through this policy, workers who acquire skills in courses of their work through experience now have an opportunity to have those skills certified. All these programs we are implementing in NITA are meant to close the digital divide and enhance inclusivity. One of the challenges I had as minister in charge of social protection is the payment of Inua Jamii to our older members of our society, the founders of our country, those who laid the foundation for our country, and also vulnerable children and people living with disability. We were unable to deliver their payments digitally because of the digital divide. And as soon as everyone is empowered with digital knowledge and skills, it will become easy even to support the under social program, the older members of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, at the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection signed an MOU with the social partners, COTU and FKE. The main focus of this MOU was to protect existing formal sector jobs and employer organization from collapse. One of the agreements in the MOU was allowing employees to work from home, take unpaid leave, and use flexi working hours arrangement. With your help, ICT professionals, the working from home became a very easy option for majority of workers. Although as you walk around malls during those days, you will find so many workers working from home, but you find them in restaurants, Java, Nando's, they're working from home. Now that we are recovering from the pandemic, our focus is in creating a more enabling environment that will allow for adoption of technology to create and sustain recovery and hence ensure future prosperity. As a ministry, we have resolved to amend the labor and employment laws to align them to new working realities and forms of work. Because we are already in the future of work, and our laws must speak to this new reality. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me then to share some of the perspectives from my ministry in regard to development in the ICT sector. My ministry undertakes periodical survey of training in local training institutions to take stocks of skills being supplied to the labor market by training institutions. One of the problems that we have faced in this analysis is the different nomenclature aligned to the same or similar ICT courses. And ICT board, we need to, everybody's training on ICT in town. You go to Mombasa, Nairobi, every college has a course on ICT. Some of them overlapping, some of them duplicating. And it's important that we streamline the kind of training. Some of them just train you on the naming of the machines and very basic, sometimes waste of time. One of the problems that we have faced in the analysis, therefore, different colleges and universities are offering those training programs with the same skills, but baptized differently. This practice presents a challenge to HR professionals when interviewing candidates or even when placing idents for job advertisement. It is my hope that the ICT professional can partner with the training institutions to address this challenge. Secondly, the ministry under Department of Human Resource Planning and Development is the custodian of Kenya National Occupational Classification Standard, which is a dictionary of all occupations in the country. Currently, the ministry is updating occupations within ICT sector, and the main challenge we face is the fast pace of tasks performed by various occupations within ICT changes, hence creating new emerging occupations. We have noticed ICT occupations cutting across various occupational levels. For example, in manual production line, most occupations are classified as level 8, which is the plant and machine operators. However, with automation, these operators, once they acquire ICT skills, their occupation classifications moves to level 3 of technicians and associate professions, which attract better remuneration. In fact, those Madam Okoki normally license and regulates movement of migrant workers from Kenya to foreign countries. And those who have attained or acquired technical ICT skills attract better jobs, or rather get better remunerated in the world. And the whole world has moved to ICT. So anyone leaving our borders with those skills really gets better opportunity across the globe. We have over 4 million Kenyans outside there, almost 10% of our population who are working abroad and remitting over 430 billion every year, which has overtaken our traditional foreign exchange earners like coffee, tea, and foreign and tourism. And therefore, that becomes again a very critical sector that needs to be supported. ICT is playing a critical role. We now want to incorporate labor management information system to track and trace some of these workers abroad, to know where they are, whom they are where they are working, whom they are working for, and their address. All this for purposes of welfare and even protection. My ministry would wish to work with the ICT professionals in a structured manner so that we can receive information on new occupations within this sector. My ministry also undertakes sectoral studies. Currently, we are preparing to undertake national establishment-based skills and occupation survey, whose objective is to identify the stocks of skills within the various organizations and the skills demanded by these organizations. Once this exercise is completed, we will have a very up-to-date data on skills and occupation from the demand side, which we'll use to compare with the skills being supplied to the industry from the training institution. We also need to move by surveying the skills right here in Kenya and across our region and even worldwide. We will be able to communicate with our training institutions, our colleges and universities on the right skills that we need to train and produce so that we match jobs and occupation. We are able to align so that we don't have graduates spending 5 years, 6 years in university and colleges and end up being jobless, being in our streets, becoming a social challenge in our country. And all that can be done through ICT. We will give specific consideration in our analysis to ICT skills because we are in the future of work and would like to know the ICT skill requirement in the formal sector. The information will be useful to guide in policy decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, while ICT is such an enabler of social economic development, it is the implementation that continues to cause anxiety in some quarters. Allow me to share some of the ICT labor-related challenges that we have observed. First, we have been receiving petitions from employee unions on the challenges of automation, with some unions raising concern that automation is leading to loss of jobs. However, as a ministry, our position is clear that from our labor perspective, one cannot fight technology. However, we are encouraging employers to be mindful of their employees' welfare and reskill, upskill them, or reorient them on so that they can be able to undertake other duties rather than sending them home. We are encouraging and advocating for automation with human face. Another challenge we are currently witnessing in the ICT field is the increasing number of jobs that would not be classified under the decent work agenda. This is because for a job to be classified as decent, it must offer fair income, workplace, security, social protection, and allow flexibility of working arrangements and hours. These features are missing in most ICT occupations like Uber drivers and most workers in the gig economy. The stakeholders in the ICT sector, therefore, need to come up with mechanisms to ensuring that there is sufficient protection to workers in the industry so that they can survive economic shocks. The other challenge we have witnessed, which is related to the new working from home arrangement, such as lack of occupational safety and health, is lack of official privacy, difficulty of measuring the amount of work done, and the lack of guideline on where to work. All these have exposed people to issue of mental health. Ladies and gentlemen, as a ministry, even as we champion the issues of welfare and rights of employees, we have also embraced ICT services in our work. Allow me to share with you some of the ICT interventions that my ministry is intervening. To improve labor migration management, the ministry, through that National Employment Authority, automated most of the services, such as job seekers registration, local and overseas job application, registration and approval of private recruitment agencies, among others. The challenge we currently face in this area is lack of comprehensive labor migration management system that can track all these activities of our migrant workers, such as when they change employers, to be able to obtain the actual numbers and localities where migrant workers are domiciled and skills possessed by migrant workers. We would be interested to partner with ICT professionals in development of this integrated system. Another intervention we have implemented is automation of most services offered by National Social Security Fund, such as member registration, online filing of returns by employers, payment of contribution via M-Pesa services, downloading of member contribution statements through the mobile phone, and online payments under the tenant purchase scheme loans. By embracing ICT, reconciliation of members' records with employers' returns is now being done in real time, hence enabling NSSF to process benefits claims within 19 days from over 90 days previously. The ministry is also currently upgrading the Kenya Labor Market Information System so that we can be able to mine data from other systems and be in position to generate up-to-date labor market indicators. The Ministry of Labor is committed to embrace ICT in all its services and will continue to push most of these services online to improve service delivery. So as I conclude, I think what I've said is ICT is everything. It is the alpha and omega of our lives. It's the real thing. We are in ICT. This is the moment. This is the time. And I look forward to a day where those who fall sick and go to hospital through NHIF, we can process our claim, our payments for health-related services using ICT without the kind of challenges we've gone through in the past. The medical supplies to our hospitals needs to be fully automated. This is the fastest way to achieve our UHC. In terms of housing, the data, the housing, all these indexes we carry out sometimes are based on estimates. But with ICT, we can be able to know how many Kenyans have a roof over over them. In schools, we've seen admissions now. The selections of schools, exams release, we can now see our results on time. Immediately after they are announced by my colleague C.S. Makoa, all our parents are on ICT. And therefore, that is one way of also improving our ICT penetration. Our social protection program, the day we will be able to send money to those old men, instead of them walking, queuing under the sun, scorching sun, we look forward to a day where we can send money to those our parents at home. They can receive their money on their phones. So everything else, even on security, ICT has done a lot. We've seen those cameras in Nairobi. The day before those cameras and the Nairobi of today is totally different. We look forward to those days when we can track even vehicles from Mombasa Port to Nairobi, to Naivasha, to Busia. Those days, even taxes. I believe we want to expand the tax base, and we have connected everybody. It is possible to collect little from everyone, and we will collect in quantum a lot of money to support our development of our country using ICT. So for me, my presence and visit here today is to actually bring out the relationship between labor, skills, and ICT. We must gel, we must work as one, and all sectors be connected. We do not have to be having parallel. This issue of having silos of ministries can be broken by ICT connection. So I support the pillars of ICT that you've already developed, and we need to push all of us so that it helps, it enables all of us. So as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let's not lose sight of the fact that the poor, unskilled, and even uneducated need ICT services. Your mother, my parents, and all others would need to be embraced, to be brought on board, and you must come out with a way of reaching out to these other members of our society so that we are one community, we are one society. And we must all together bridge the digital divide and ensure that everyone benefit from the innovation of ICT sector. The future of this sector is bright, and I see the potential of this sector to generate a lot of jobs both directly and indirectly. We just need to work together on the issue of protection of the rights of all workers, including those in the gig economy. If our friend here from Uganda and all other member states of our East African community, our biggest threat in full integration of our community is the barrier of connectivity. Why would someone travel all the way to Mombasa to clear cargo from Uganda? And we could all do this digitally. You can pay, you can inspect, you can verify your documents digitally from Uganda, and your goods are loaded in the next train or in the next cargo vehicle, and they arrive in Uganda without moving from your desk. Why would somebody fly all the way from Rwanda, increasing the cost of logistics, the cost of doing business? Well, we can do these things digitally. Finally, let me thank my colleague, CS Joe Musheru, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and perspective of digital skills and emerging workforce. I also want to thank you, all ICT professionals, for giving me a warm reception. I wish you fruitful discussion and engagement as you continue with this conference. Thank you. And maybe last one. Last one is we have some war in the north, Russia, and you people are not, and where? The peace in Mombasa is also influenced by the peace outside. So if you are not sensitive with what's happening outside, you might be under a serious attack and you are not aware. There's a war in Russia and Ukraine. I believe all of you are aware. This war has been, the other side has encroached in Ukraine. And this war has been won through ICT. This war, Russians have been repulsed from the gates of Kiev through ICT. Because the world disconnected the payment system, the SWIFT payment system. So this aggressor cannot pay or receive money. They have now turned their money to gold. They are paying, they want their goods to be valued in terms of gold. They are going back to barter trade. They can be traced using Google Maps, using satellite cameras, and they are being hit on the road without their knowledge. Drones have been used, and they have been attacked. Their ships, they are very sophisticated machines have been hit through digital technology. So you can imagine a world without ICT. You can be isolated by the rest of the world. When SWIFT payment system is removed, you cannot transact any banking system. When your funds are blocked, you cannot transact any banking system. That is the power of ICT. That is the That is what it means to have this technology. And that is why we are here today to discuss the power of ICT. I want to thank you, and God bless you in your deliberations today. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Waziri. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Waziri, for that very elaborate conversation, especially with respect to the labor. You gave us numbers. You've talked about the challenges in the sector. And I think for us in the industry, we have a challenge there. There are quite a number of solutions that we can provide. I think if we grab that speech, of course, you'll get it online. You should be able to actually see where are your areas of intervention, or some of the areas of intervention that we can look at in trying to solve the issues and the challenges the sector Waziri has talked about. Having said that, I want to take this opportunity to invite our next speaker, who is Honorable Godfrey Baluku, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance from the Republic of Uganda. Waziri, karibu. Waziri has been with us through and through. I think let us welcome him in a better way. With the fire, eh? You know, now we are connected fire. Sindio? Waziri, karibu.
Hamjambo wa ndugu. Hamjambo tena. Unajua rais wa Uganda recently ametoa amri kila waziri tujifunze Kiswahili. So next time I come, I will address you in Swahili to prove that East African Federation is for real. My colleague, the Secretary of State for Labor, and my colleague, the Secretary of State for ICT in absentia, all the PACs, I observe all protocol so that I don't mess it up. When I was told to come to Mombasa, it was very abrupt. I'm not the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, I'm State Minister. My Minister, Honorable Chris Variomusi, is the one who had been invited. But when we were in cabinet around 11 on Monday, told me I have other engagements. The president has assigned me to do some other work, and I had promised my colleagues in Kenya that I'll be in Mombasa for the summit. So he told me, you have to go to Mombasa and you must be there by 7:30. I thought he had tortured me a bit because he didn't even ask whether I want to go or not. But as a junior minister, I had to fata nyayo. Immediately I prepared myself, and indeed I was here by 7:30. And when I reached the airport, the first thing that welcomed me was an escort car and another car. I'm not a protocol man. I want to live a simple life because I come from local government background. And I was a mayor of a city, and my colleague here, the cabinet secretary for labor, knows where I come from, at the border with Congo. He was there as a consultant one day. So that's why yesterday I was in a suit and a necktie, because I thought this would be a summit for people in what? In suits. And when I reached here, it became funny. So today, now I'm back to my roots. Fortunately, I found cabinet secretary for ICT is also like me, not a man of protocol. And now my colleague here, it seems, is also not a man of protocol. That's how I live, a very simple and sweet life. I'm never stressed. I bring greetings from the Minister of ICT, Honorable Musi, and all the people of Uganda. And I congratulate the government of Kenya for organizing this event where the East African community is coming together to discuss digital transformation. And therefore, it's exciting once again, feeling the energy in this room after the COVID-19 pandemic. It's really very good energy, and I hope it is positive energy that will take us to the next phase. Keep it up, keep up that energy. And our Ministry of ICT and National Guidance has adopted an ICT-led socio-economic policy for accelerated development in the focus of ICT entrepreneurship, development, rejuvenation of the private sector, and wealth creation. And it is embedded very well in our National Development Plan 3 and our NRM manifesto. I belong to the ruling party, National Resistance Movement. So our manifesto is really talking much about digital acceleration. So this theme is in line with our manifesto. And the Ugandan government has embarked on an initiative to develop business processing outsourcing, BPO. And when I reached here, you have really gone a step ahead of us, and I congratulate you. I think we are going to learn a lot from you. And the government wants to exploit long-term solutions to addressing issues of youth unemployment among the educated youth. The development of BPOs and innovations is deliberate, as we believe that that is how we can assure employment for young people, and importantly, play our role in the development of the country and the region. The government of Uganda, therefore, is committed to fostering a trusted, vibrant environment, business environment, where our businesses and workers are empowered to innovate. What can get Africa out of poverty is to put a lot of money in research, to put a lot of money in innovations. And we should be proud of our innovations. One of the biggest problems we have in Africa, we are not proud of ourselves. We are not proud of our own innovations, and it takes us backward. Look at mobile money. It was invented in Kenya by Safaricom, and now it is catching fire in the whole region. But nobody, even we as government, is talking about it at the continental level. One time I was in Denmark, and I told my friend that my wife has rang me, she has no money, so I want to give me a minute, I want to first send her money. He said, no, let me take you to the bank. Western Union is near here. I said, no, I'm sending money on my phone. And he was like, how? I said, you wait. I will show you the message that my wife has received what? Money. And we stopped, and I sent money, and they said, and the message was reading, you have sent money to such amount of money to so and so. And they said, my wife has now received. He said, no. I said, you wait, she's about to send me a message thanking me. And you know, the following day, he took me to the University of Aalborg. It's one of the best universities in Denmark. And he told me to talk about mobile money. Obviously, as a politician, you know, politicians can't fail to talk. I didn't know much about mobile money, but I talked. And then after 3 months, he sent 3 students to come on research on mobile money. I even sent them to Nairobi, actually. And they went back and they developed another payment platform in that city, which is similar to mobile money. But we are not talking about it. But every time you give examples, MasterCard, Visa, what? Why don't you also give example of mobile money and say Safaricom invented it? Now MTN in Uganda caught fire, and all mobile phone companies. But the private sector, I would like to thank you. You were faster than government. Now government is gambling with regulation. Bank of Uganda now is coming in. That's how you should move, so that you give pace to government to think faster. And be proud of yourselves. Be proud of Kenya. That's what I do as Minister of National Guidance. Patriotism. Let us love Kenya. Let us love Uganda. Let us love East Africa. Let us not lament about our poverty everywhere we go. Even Bazungu are poor. Mheshimiwa, you have been to the streets of Brussels. You have been to New York. You see poor people, beggars. Do you hear them coming to lament here? But every day, Bill Gates comes here. You think everybody is like Bill Gates. He doesn't even talk about poverty in the US. He just talks about Microsoft and innovations. Let us also be like that as Africans, everywhere we go. When I'm here, I can't talk to you about poverty in Uganda. Uganda has been ranked as the country with the happiest people in the world. And me, that's what keeps me moving. I always go with positive energies, a positive mind. These are the problems, we shall solve them as we do what? As we move. Problems will always be there. We cannot eliminate them, we can minimize them. And that's how we should live as Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, assuring a thriving technological sector is critical to the future of East African economy. It is a critical growth, critical to job creation, and critical to raising our regional productivity. And the Cabinet Secretary of Labor has just said that. You are in Uganda, you want to clear goods in Mombasa, you have to travel all those kilometers for a simple transaction. But why? Sovereignty. You know, Kenya is a sovereign state, Uganda is a sovereign state. Professor, I don't know whether there is a word called sovereignitization. You can't sovereignitize poverty. Poverty. And it's what you are nationalizing, and it's what you are proud of. And then you say, no, even the internet can't cross to Kenya unless I have authorized. Do you know that it is crossing there? There is no border in that space. You know, Uganda closed Facebook, and people are still using Facebook. I can't tell you how. You are seeing it. There are some things you cannot nationalize and make borders about. Oxygen, you cannot say the people of Busia shouldn't breathe the oxygen that is coming from Kenya. Those are things which, and that is the biggest problem. And that's why I came. To say, look, enough is enough. Let us be East Africans. Let us be Africans. Let us be global so that we can match. I have liked that. Why should we, everything, and egos, just because of egos. But I'm telling you, the world is moving faster. And if we don't move with that speed, we are finished. But I've liked, I saw the exhibition. I think we are also moving faster. Those baby steps, I think we are also moving faster. We only need to put our heart in what we are doing. and we are going to make it. So Uganda, we have several advantages that we can harness from Uganda and even Kenya. First of all, we have, our population is young. In Uganda, 69% of the population is below the age of 24. Below the age of 24. And that population is very bad. You know, Mheshimiwa told me yesterday that since you teach people good manners and guide them, you should even talk about politics. I just said, look, you people vote the candidate of Mheshimiwa. He will tell you which candidate. But there is a population in Uganda which don't mind about politics. Because for us, our regime, our president has been there since 1986. And then when you are a politician and then you go and say, you know the past regimes, they don't know. The only bad regime they know is this one. And the only good regime they know is this one. So then they ask you which ones. 86. 86, now they are 36 years old. So what are you talking about? And this is a very, very bad population. Recently, someone was telling me that your party is losing supporters. I told him, no, my party is not losing what? Supporters. But my party is not recruiting more supporters. Because every day someone is becoming 18. And this guy has not known any bad regime. So it's very difficult for me now to convince him that my regime is so good, so join my what? My party. He says, no, this one is the worst I have seen. And those are the problems. So I told him, no, my party is not losing supporters. But my party is not able to convince these other new guys. It's a very dangerous population. And every year, we are producing over 30,000 youths from university. And this is what is good in Africa. And Kenya, I know you're even producing more than that. A very energetic population, a population which has gone to school, which is not the regime of my good friend, the professor. Your regime, professor, don't think I'm saying you didn't go to school. But most of your people, your age, didn't go to where? To school. But these ones now have gone to school. They are fluent in English and they are computer literate. We need to utilize that. That is the biggest advantage you have. While the Western world, the highest percentage of the population is professor's age. In Kenya, the highest population, or the highest percentage of our population is Sharon's age. Sharon is the only name I know because she's my PA here. So we should utilize that. And you should also know when America is sleeping, for us we are awake. That is the population, that's what we want. And that's why we are going into BPOs, so that we can utilize this population. And if we don't utilize it, it's good you ministers in Kenya are not politicians. But if we don't utilize it, our political future is in a trouble. Because they can organize and finish you off. You have heard of Bobby Wine in Kampala. The man organized in only 3 months and got about 3 million votes because of that very dangerous what? Population. If we leave it redundant, there will be a problem to us politicians. The best we can do is to engage it so that they don't think about what we do. They think about making money. And if we want to achieve this, obviously in Uganda, we have achieved much in terms of percentile, in terms of connectivity. Coverage is predominantly provided through wireless networks, especially mobile platforms. At least now we have around 29 million people now who are connected to internet. That is a ratio of about every 2 people, at least one is connected to internet, and that's great. In Kenya, it might even be higher than that, but we at least now we know that there is significant coverage of 4G and 3G. The government of Uganda, through Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, has over the years invested in establishing secure infrastructure and information systems through the national backbone infrastructure cable. The ministry has created a secure high-speed network that connects most of the Ugandans. So far, we have built a network of around 4,000 kilometers, and now we are embarking on the 5th phase. We want to cover the whole country. And even the most remote areas, at least we want access so that we can now start working on affordability. Because there are 2 big problems in Africa: access and affordability. The government fiber has facilitated regional connectivity across 10 border points, thus fostering trade and cross-border relations. We have connectivity now at all borders, Busia, Maraba, but there are other issues which are hindering what Cabinet Secretary is talking about, and which we must work on. By creating this nationwide network and spurring development of e-government services, the government, through the national backbone infrastructure, has contributed to the ease of doing business across the region. We are also working on reducing the cost of internet in order to facilitate BPOs, and the government's target for BPO stroke innovation in buying internet, we want it to be at around $5 for every megabyte per second of dedicated internet. But that is still too high. But at least by the end of this year, we want to have achieved that. And with the growth in data usage and storage at the border, the broader digital transformation of business and the public sector in Uganda, the government set up a national data center and a data recovery site supporting the growth and digitalization of the Ugandan economy. Yesterday, I listened to the discussions about data, and I enjoyed it. But it is one area. You, the experts, for us, we are politicians. Our work is propaganda. We can even paint the bad thing very good. But you, the experts, should sit down and look at that data issue. I think that's where the problem is. You can't plan without data. That is very, very crucial in what? Planning. And why most of our plans are not succeeding is because they are computer generated, no data. We just assume. Can you sit down and we see how to correct the data, and then later to see how to keep the data? And that is big business. Someone to access your data should pay you a lot of money. All these companies, even Microsoft, Amazon, Oracle, they need data to plan. And if you have your data well kept, then you will even earn a lot of money. And people here were complaining, someone is accessing my number. We have a problem in Africa. Every time you see a message on your phone, then it says, if you need, say yes. If you need, say no. The only button we know is okay. I don't know whether you have noted that. Every message you see, you just press what? Okay. You're already authorizing someone to access your data. There is good music. These ringtones, that if you are interested, press 1. If you are not interested, press what? 2. What you are pressing, you are not even knowing the terms and conditions of that ringer note. And you're already giving out what? Data. Now again you are asking, how did someone get my number? Where did you get that ringtone? Those are the problems. So one, protection of data begins with you, how you are using your phone. We can put there laws, but there are no laws that will eliminate a crime. Not at all on this earth that God created. All these laws, regulations, guidelines we put in place is to minimize what? Problems. But we cannot eliminate. And in the IT sector, as we advance, even the crooks are advancing. Every day, it is a new thing, completely. And also, I was supposed to get a new car. And then the PS told me, there is a chip over in Microsoft or whatever. I don't understand these things, which they want to change. Because someone hacked into the former what? Chip. And it has delayed manufacture of what? Cars by Toyota. So, while we are really telling our people to get interested in IT has more problems. And therefore, we should be on the alert as regulators. Those communication commission, whatever commission which is related to IT, you must be on the alert. Once you have an act, and after 5 years you have not reviewed it, you know it will be abused. Actually, those acts, those regulations should be reviewed every year. Because every year, something new is coming on board. And therefore, I ask you kindly that you start getting serious about those reviews. Our government has created an enabling environment in investment in IT, and therefore, I invite the private sector to come and invest in Uganda. I saw, I came, I saw, and I thank the government of Kenya. That private sector initiative, Mheshimiwa, is the best. Because I was happy to note that there are very few government people in this room. Most of the people are from the private sector. In Uganda, you would have seen a beehive of commissioners and so many others. But here, I saw this conference is mainly for the private sector. And I congratulate you upon that. That collaboration with the private sector is the only way to go to accelerate digital transformation. Because it is so diverse, it cannot be limited to government. And what now you need to do, you have now managed the private sector. Now you need to do intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration. So that as East Africa, since even the population of East Africa is expanding with the admission of Congo, which has over 90 million people, and which is even about 3 times bigger than the original East Africa, I think that is something we should harness. Bring all this territory together through cooperation in IT. And I'm telling you, collaboration, partnership, and cooperation in accelerating digital transformation is not a choice. It is a must. And we in government, if we don't, the situation will dictate upon us. The private sector here will start communicating with the private sector in Congo without our knowledge, because we may not be having the capacity to intersect their communication. So the only way to go is for us to bring our heads together. And next conference you invite next year, don't confine it to Kenya. Kenya is a very small market. it cannot uptake all these innovations. And these people can't do business without a bigger population. So you invite all the East African community, we come here and interact. Probably 50 years to come, we shall be competing with Europe, with the European Union. I know some of you are skeptical about it. You just think they are now very far. But I'm telling you, if we are determined as Africans, we can compete with them. The only thing is we are not determined. Everybody wants to do his thing alone. And at the end of the day, we all fail. As I conclude, in order for us to do well as a nation and as a region, we must complete the innovation and economic cycle, from the creation of new knowledge to the utilization of this new knowledge. This means we must translate research into enterprise, and to have enterprise demand for new solutions, thus creating a positive innovation cycle. The job we have at hand is not for government alone. It can only be successful if it is collaborative. I call upon the private sector partners to join us in this effort. And I call upon all the leaders of East Africa to unite, and then we handle digital acceleration. I say all this for God and my country. I thank you very much.
Another big round of applause. To Honorable Kabianga Godfrey. I think it is indeed well that you came. I think the people who organized this had prayed so hard. Maybe that's the reason why the minister himself did not come, because they knew you would really charge this particular crowd and give us. Let us appreciate him again. And indeed, thank you very much. I'm looking at the program, and I think we'll go straight into combining the opening session with the second session that we have. And with that, I go straight into my speech, because I was to start that second session, so that we manage the little time that we've lost. To our Cabinet Secretary Joe Mushero in absentia, to Cabinet Secretary Simon Chelgui, Cabinet Secretary, ensures that the public is provided with accurate and timely information. To achieve this, digital government transformation has become critical for meeting the expectations of modern citizens, and it's part and parcel of our country's digital transformation agenda. Our digital economy blueprint highlights digital government as a pivotal pillar in our mission to attain and sustain a robust, resilient, and secure digital economy. The primary objective of the digital government pillar, as envisaged in the blueprint, is to transform and improve user experience, while at the same time accessing a wide range of government services, including but not limited to education, health, safety, tourism, governance, utility, and registration of companies, just to name but a few. While citizens are the primary focus for this transformation, as they should be, there is also a focus on transforming government to business and government to government interactions, with the aim of strengthening the dependencies that exist in the highly integrated environment. And I think when Waziri Kabianga was talking about the intergovernmental, I think that is the direction we need to go. And I know, having a conversation with him, he has actually asked that we get in touch with the PSS in the region, and we begin coming up with strategies on how to now create the intergovernment approach in terms of service delivery, and that is an effort that we want to pick up and I will pick up that as a directive so that we are able to engage and increase our population as users of government services. The potential of technology in transforming government services cannot be gainsaid. Reduced cost and information asymmetry, increased transparency, real-time use of resources, increased citizen engagement, and improved privacy are some immediate gains that digital transformation can afford to us. The challenges of us in the sector, however, is to better understand how ICT-enabled innovation in the public sector can transform governance system, and how both the national and county government can take advantage of emerging and future digital technologies to address the inefficiencies that are there in public service delivery. The latest trend in digital transformation within government is the speed at which the transformation is taking place. Although the need to modernize services is nothing new, the challenge of providing services to citizens throughout the COVID-19 pandemic heightened awareness and also accelerated the progress towards digital transformation. Many government agencies are focused on developing strategies that, in addition to digitizing services, will accelerate adoption and onboarding of innovation to improve not only their services, but also the public, but also internal processes as well. At the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, developing the relevant policy and regulatory instruments to govern the sector, including strategies and standards for the digitization of government services, is at the forefront of our mandate. Through our efforts, we were among the first African countries to enact a data protection legislation and are currently reviewing several existing policies and legislation to bring them up to speed with the realities of today's technological advances, key among them the Kenya Information Communication Act. Furthermore, the ministry is developing transversal digital services and platforms in collaboration with other government agencies, while also at the same time monitoring and supporting public sector's entities on a range of digital projects, from small improvements to large-scale transformation, as part of its effort to improve public service delivery through the use of ICT. I also want to echo Waziri's comment when he said that the private sector involvement is very key, and at least it is good we are doing the chase, so to speak. Innovation and technological innovations will always be with us. We still encourage the private sector to continue with the innovation, and then we can continue following up with legislation that supports those various innovations. To facilitate provision of e-government services across the country, the government has continued to expand the reach of national optical fiber backbone infrastructure across the country. Currently, we have more than 9,000 kilometers already in use in all the 47 counties. Furthermore, as we roll out various infrastructure projects, there's an acute increase in awareness and determination to enhance our cybersecurity capabilities as more and more services become available online. And in addition to the National Digital Master Plan that we launched yesterday, outlines how government will be delivering digital services through digitization of government records and also integration and interoperability of government services. Interoperability, integration is key, and it is being emphasized through and through. These initiatives will go a long way in improving user experience when accessing government services through the digital platforms, and also improve the overall efficiency across all government. It is also good to note that at this juncture, the government will never be at par with the private sector in the evolution of technology, and that has been said. Bureaucracy, budget limitations are leading factors of why this is a challenge, but our ministry is navigating this complicated environment by focusing on key areas, which includes infrastructure deployment, digital services, and mobile-first technologies to enhance public service delivery. It is for this reason that as we accelerate the digitization of government services, the sector needs to be cognizant of the inherent threats in some of these emerging technologies that may be counterproductive when deployed in some use cases. For example, the automation of process using artificial intelligence, while improving operational efficiency, may lead to some job challenges and also loss of privacy. As such, it is our duty to ensure that we develop homegrown solutions that are unique to our socio-economic posture as a country. The challenge to us, therefore, is to develop innovations that not only solve our current problems, but also mitigate against the potential risks that the deployment of these technologies may herald. As I conclude, it is indeed my hope that the sector will provide ideas that forms the basis for the future policies and guidelines for this digitization process, and we also look forward to a very fruitful session on the digital services for government transformation at Connected Kenya 2022. I thank you all and wish you all a very pleasant session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Having said that, I will now hand over the session to our moderator, together with our MC, Rubadiri, so that they take us through the next session. I would also wish to inform that Honorable Chelgui will be leaving shortly due to other engagements, but Waziri, thank you very much for honoring the session and for the great insights that you have provided us. Let us applaud and appreciate Waziri for his presence. Over to you, Vicky.
Thank you so much, Bwana PS. One more round of applause for PS Jerome Ochieng, aptly setting the stage and the tone for the plenary that we're just about to get into on digital services and skills. Of course, an elaborate plan that was laid out yesterday in the digital master plan, 5 billion government records which will be digitized. That's one of the opportunities, Jeff, that private sector players can probably tap into in the digital master plan.
Absolutely, and of course, they always say, where the money flows, the attention goes as well. And you can see even the national budget, where the money was put as far as ICT is concerned, gives a clear indication as to how important this particular pillar is, not only in this financial year, but also putting the foundation in place for what's to come moving forward. So there's lots to discuss in that particular space as well. Also, quick lay of the land, even as conversations continue in here, we can talk and talk and talk and talk, but also we can see some amazing exhibitions as well during your tea breaks and you're outside. You can go through the exhibition stands and see what we have to offer as well. Amazing stuff and opportunities to also network, not only from a business to business level, but also a business to consumer level, and all that takes place right here.
Definitely 22 exhibitors just out there in the exhibition space where we'll be having the tea break as well. So you can pair that time just to get to know who they are, what they do as well. Also, beyond the talks going on in this room, let's take it out to social media. The hashtag is Connected Summit 2022. So anything interesting, inspiring, challenging that you hear throughout the day, please share using the hashtag today.
Okay, let's move it right along at this particular point in time. Have a first panel discussion. It's all about digital service for government transformation. Moderating this particular panel is Martin Kimani. He's an associate director at KPMG East Africa. Martin, welcome on stage. A round of applause for him, tafadhali.
My name is Martin Kimani. I'm an associate director at KPMG within the digital transformation unit, having been in that space for about 15 years. And in this morning, actually still morning, I would like to invite a couple of our panelists. I know you have had a bit of a conversation. We have touched all the way from what the government is doing, some of the things that we are seeing that the government has done, but it would also be good to hear actual use cases. It will be good to hear from the private sector. I like the idea that PS Jerome said, that the government is not at par with what the private sector has done. But that does not mean that you're going to remain at that distance, because there's a lot more that can be done to make that speed and that distance even much shorter. We are living in such an interesting times. And if you look at the way the private sector and other sectors have started or have continued offering their services. There has been a view from the outside where you see customers, where you see members, where you see users are viewed, or their needs are viewed from outside on what they're looking for, vis-a-vis having to push them to buy or use the services that are being done internally. So there's a huge focus in terms of what members are looking for. So the similar way, we are looking to seeing whether the government can start considering the citizen-first model and perspective as they move on. I've had an opportunity to interact, even from a private perspective, and I have seen, if you look at the banks today, if you look at telecoms, if you look at e-commerce, you continue to see that the customers are at the center of it all, and the digital is what is helping accelerate that process. Again, if you look at even the digital plan, the idea of digital services means that the government is really thinking deeply in terms of how can we shift our model, how can we shift how we offer our services, how can we change the customer touch points, and that's a key area that the government is working towards. So over time, then we're going to see that process being expedited. So allow me then to just invite on stage so that we can have that quick discussion. I know we're out of time, and I know I'm standing between you and your breakfast. So allow me to begin with calling on stage Julius Correal, who is our PS, our State of Department of Devolution. If Julius, you can approach the stage. A lot of applause as he comes on stage. We have Engineer John Tanui, who is the CEO, who will be sharing with us one of the key use cases on what they have done with technology to come up with an ICT-based technology city. Welcome on stage, Engineer John, and a lot of applause. And then we have one of the leaders of technology, being Oracle. We have Mokunya Mogo, who will be sharing with us on what some of the technology giants are doing toward accelerating that process. Mokunya Mogo, please approach. A lot of applause. Then we have from Dell Technologies, James Karanja, who will also be sharing with us some of the insights on what we can do to make that process even better when it comes to data privacy, when it comes to risk, and some of the pillars for digital. James, please approach the stage, and a lot of applause. And then we have Joe, who is a GM, Enterprise and Strategic Accounts, Dimension Data, who will also be sharing with us on, again, what are some of the biggest of the initiatives we have seen within the government, and what we can do when it comes to data privacy matters to make it better. A lot of applause for the gentlemen. So good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Please test your mic, whether it's working.
Good morning. Good morning. Connected power.
It's working.
It's connected fire.
Yesterday was power, today is fire.
Okay, good. Now, this is how we are going to follow this. I am going to just share a couple of discussion points, questions that I would like us to just discuss as we go along. And then at the end of it all, we will finish with Engineer Tanu, who is going to give us a view in terms of a use case from Konza perspective. So allow me to walk the gentlemen through all the questions that we have, so that then we can finish with a clear testimony and a tangible evidence of what it could mean riding on technology. Now, I'm going to start. Okay, you can have your refreshment. If you need to sip your water as we start, it's not going to be that heated. So relax a bit. So P.S. Correal, and it's a delight having you on stage this morning. My first question goes to you. Now, if you look from a devolution perspective, and we are seeing that the needs from our citizens have changed significantly, and they have morphed from the older persona or generation that was satisfied with manual processes, with some of the long processes because they didn't know any better. Now, with the generation you're serving and the new persona, the youth, that has morphed significantly. Can you help us understand what are some of the needs you are seeing and how they have morphed? And what are some of these digital services that the different devolutions and the objective within your service charter you're seeing as they change? And maybe you can just elaborate on how then technology is playing a space in it.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone, once more.
Good morning.
Yeah, I think as devolution in the country takes root, citizens are becoming more aware of their rights, and they are demanding that. And also, I look at it in two ways: from the citizen perspective and then from the administrative perspective. That is the governments, which are the county governments. So first, citizens are very aware, and I think then demand for that service, get an officer who is very lethargic, maybe had a bad night or a bad week, and they keep me in circles, then they tell me go to this office, that office, all over the place. So out of that, you find now citizens are able to compare, and they're demanding that they want a service that is convenient, readily available at the time they want. And if even the best is if I can do it while I'm in the farm, when I'm resting, I'm able to go to my phone and fill in those whatever is required and be able to get confirmation. So citizens demand real-time service. Coupled with that is the real-time information. And this is an area that they want to look at. For instance, if budget comes from the national government, how is it utilized? If they are raising money from the citizen at the county, how is that money applied? And through technology, we believe they'll be able to build trust with the government that is leading them. So they require information that is accurate and available and current. So those are the things that the citizens want. The other thing is the citizens want to be involved. Where is the county going? Where is our government taking us? And how can they participate in that process? So a platform and technology would enable them to engage with the government on real time. So if I have a suggestion, I'm able to put as a citizen. So those are some of the things that the citizens want. The other thing is they want mobility that is efficient, and I think that is physical infrastructure, but with it, technology comes in.
Yeah.
Like for instance, Nairobi, it is not proper that I get held up in traffic for 6 hours. That time I would be doing something more gainful. So with employment of technology, so that we can now have traffic management systems that are able, and we were told yesterday that if there is collaboration between government and the service providers, the signal along a corridor, you can always tell that this road is heavily trafficked, and how can we improve mobility? So those are the things that the citizens want. And so because of that, you find you now can relate those demands to the services that the government can utilize the digital platform to be able to serve their people. On the side of government, I know the biggest challenge, and we all know, is that the shareable revenue is finite, but they can exponentially increase revenue if they are able to leverage on digital platforms. And this is where now governments can be able to map, can be able to register, georeference, and be able to project the revenue that would come from the businesses that are there. The other thing also, and I think this may not be politically right, you see, citizens want to see how the money trickles down to the lowest. So ile maneno wanasemanga inaanzia chini kipanda juu, technology will facilitate that, because money is wasted in the hierarchy, and they want to see that how can technology be used to identify that person and then see how to serve that person as a citizen. So technology will be able to do that and will be able to help us raise more revenue. Now, with that, now with the issues of business permits for businesses, which at the same time as increasing revenue opportunities would also improve the service delivery. Household registration, which is very critical for the delivery of UHC, is very critical that digital technology is embraced. Land rates and land index, land valuation, all these are very critical if we are able to. So those are what citizens are asking for.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I noticed a lot of, quite a number of gaps if you compare those needs and where we are in terms of the technology. So you are extremely ripe for the disruption. We are extremely ripe for the digitization process. But please, audience, as we move on, I would like to remind you that you can prepare a set of questions that you can ask at the end. But before we move on, and as you are doing this in a rush, I realize that my panel is not complete. Quite rude of me, Chris. I would like to bring you on stage. Chris, please allow me to bring you on stage. You are on my schedule. Please, Chris. Our Chief Enterprise Principal Secretary, Chief Enterprise Business Officer, Safaricom. Please, load of applause, and my apologies, Chris. Thank you so much, Chris. Good. Now, to you, James. And my key question comes in terms of, if you look at all what the team is talking about, and if you listen to what PS said, there's a lot of conversation with regard to this all relying on availability of data. You're seated at the helm, you're seated at Oracle with all the tools available, with all the approaches and frameworks available. What would you consider as some of the key components of data that the government need to consider as they even digitize their services? Government has the biggest of the data. We must agree on that. They continue asking actually for more data. So I would ask for you to share with us, what are some of the key components you would consider?
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be on this panel. I think for me, before I start, I'd like to have some key numbers. Our 2023 budget is 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings, with a deficit of 862.5 billion. Our diaspora contribute 436 billion shillings. And like you rightfully mentioned, government has 5.5 billion records to digitize. One of the things that comes out when we talk about technology and technology transformation, which also the PS Jerome alluded to, is budget constraints. So for me, from a data perspective and how we would come in from a data perspective is, how can we collaborate between government and private sector to digitize this data, to enable a 360 view of a Kenyan? So if I take myself, for example, I work, perhaps I'm looking to set up a side hustle. So where is that information stored? How does government mine that data? So it needs to have a 360 view of Mukunya. Yeah. So what does that mean? How do we break down the silos? The CS for Labor talked about employment data, NHIF, NSSF. Can I have one stop where I put in my data, and then all the entities pull in data from that resource to be able to get insights about who's Mukunya, what is his age? So for example, if you look at UHC, what are my typical health issues? What policy decisions does government need to make with regards to men at this particular age who live in this particular location to drive that policy decision? The other issue is, we talked about yesterday, was data privacy and integration. How do we ensure that the data the government collects remains private, and how do we ensure the integrity of the data that is available? So this is an issue of limiting access and controls. So who has access to my data, and what are they doing with that data? And the last thing I'd like to talk about is data ownership. I am the owner of the data. It's about me. I should own my data. So I need to know in terms of which government entity has what data about Mukunya, and what are they doing. For example, if you look at registering a company, you put in your ID number, and it pulls in a lot of information about you. Yeah. However, you have no visibility of who else is accessing that data. How are they going to be able to use it? If you look at the end game, and which is about dashboards and analytics, the CS labor mentioned in terms of indexes and making guesstimates. We have a deficit of 862 billion.5 shillings. How do we use the 5 billion records to make decisions, and how every shilling that the government collects is properly utilized? How does CS Jerome seated here look at a dashboard and see what is happening in a remote place in Kenya from an ICT perspective? How many users are on board? We talked about the one-stop shop for government. Yesterday there was an issue of 65% on feature phones. How do they access this one-stop shop? What services are they accessing? Where is their downtime? How do we give that visibility to government to use that information to make predictive, not only analytical decisions, but predicting the next things that we need to do?
Thank you, and thanks, Mukunya, for that. But then as we even talk about how much we can do with data, there has to be a clear regulations. There has to be clear framework and policies that then governs the accessibility of this data, who has access to what. I would like to ask Joseph to just share with us some of the data policies and some of the privacy issues that we see coming into play in all this. There's a lot of compliance issues that comes again into play. How can we make that process more effective so that then we do not find ourselves looping around with our own controls and missing out on either the speed to go to the market or losing out on the speed to offer our services?
Thanks. I think first of all, I would like to say governments mostly exist to function. Yeah, and that's very, very important. But when I look at government, there are two key issues that I see. One is the transformation of the role of state, which is very, very important. And number two, which will address the question you've asked me, is about the digitalization of trust. I mean, think about it. Citizens don't trust the government. And government in return serves that with equal measure. They don't trust you. So this is one of the key things that government actually tries to address, reducing that trust gap. And that is very, very important. And I think for me, the first step would be, and I borrowed heavily from, if you look at a country like Estonia, the first thing you need to do is the digital identity. And digital identity is not just about having a card that has a chip. It's about having a truly identifiable person digitally. And what does that mean? I remember about 4 years ago, I went to the Ministry of Health when my dad was retiring. And I was so fascinated to see his actual employment letter, the actual letter from 1970-something. This fascinated me, but in equal measure, this also triggered something. I asked myself, what if the person who was holding this particular paper lost it? What then would that mean for him? So ensuring that we have a clear and we define a digital identity of an individual from the time he or she is born, from the womb or from the hospital cradle, right to the tomb when we finally issue the death certificate. It's very, very important. Secondly, and I think you've alluded to it, is the issue around once only or one-time request. And by this I mean it's very important that when government or government institutions are requesting data, this data is only requested once. Take, for example, when you're applying for your ID card, you have to produce your birth certificate. But then when you go to the immigration, you have to produce the same birth certificate for you to get a passport. It's the same government. So it's very important that as we develop the policies, even around the master plan, we try to sort out some of these issues which as I addressed, is once only requirement. So if a citizen is to give a particular document, this document should be given once, and this document should be residing somewhere where it can be easily accessed by any of the government MDAs or any of the government ministry that needs it. And this informs the third point that I had, which is basically to define a clear data structure for government. So who collects what data? How is that data collected? And what data exactly is collected? We have 5 billion, you're talking about 5 billion sources or data points. That's a lot of data. And what that means is we have some very irrelevant data
or data that has been collected more than 10 times or even more than once. And that poses a great risk because we then have inconsistency about who holds the data, what type of data is collected, and how is it used. I think finally is the issue about reliability and integrity of data. When you look at our data in terms of how the government collects it or how we can, even in the private sector, I think there's a lot of issues around the control of that particular data. And it's very important that we put in place policies that ensure that the data about citizens is always reliable and always has the integrity that it deserves. I think that ensures that we are able to deliver services across all our government agencies. Finally, and which is most important to me, is the issue about what I call data embassies. I think what's happening in Ukraine and Russia has shown us that how risky it is when war begins. Yeah. So I look at it as, for example, what does our embassy in Denmark host, for example? They could have a couple of computers. But these embassies could be used as data embassies, what I call data embassies. So instead of having all our data, say, in Konza, we could have the registration data in our embassy in Denmark, or we could have the registration data in our embassy in Rwanda, or in one of the East African community countries. So it's very important for continuity. In case of any issues, God forbid, like the ones we are having in Ukraine, then we are quickly able to retrieve part of our citizenry data from these embassies. Yeah. The last thing I would like to say is that it's very important that we do not digitize bureaucracy. We have a very high risk when we are going through the transformation journey of just digitizing the bureaucracy. And I think government has both succeeded in doing that, but in some areas they have also succeeded in eliminating that. And I will give an example of which probably will come up later, issuing of licenses, driver's license. I think that's one of the best example of what government can do when it decides to make sure that systems actually work. So I think those are some of the lessons that can be cascaded throughout the other institutions of government. Yeah. So it's very important that even as we go through the transformation journey, we don't simply digitalize the bureaucracy that is in government.
Yeah. Well noted, Joe, and thank you for that. Now, Chris, allow me to come to you. We have seen what Safaricom has been doing. We have seen the support and the collaboration that Safaricom has done community-wise, government, private sector, going to the market together with everybody who is willing to see the progress of the nation. Now, where you're seated, what do you see as the short-term plans and long-term plans that Safaricom can employ to help accelerate or expedite the government digital transformation process?
Thank you for that question. I think our plans, typically when it comes to the public sector, are hinged on or aligned to what the government itself wants to do. So we will take the medium MTP and look into it and see how do we support. We see ourselves as an enabler of this digital transformation. We, as a company, have always looked at ourselves as a purpose-led technology company. And so let me talk about 3 areas that we are very passionate about: health, education, and just to touch on what he said, ensuring that the government doesn't, or helping and enabling the government think through how we can ensure we don't digitize the bureaucracy. So we've worked on a lot of, I don't want to call it consulting, but professional services, helping to think through how we can make sure that the customer journey, in this case the citizen's journey, is very smooth when they have to engage and interact with government. So, for example, on universal health, we've been talking extensively with the Ministry of Health, just to see how can private sector plug in. As Safaricom, what we are able to do, what we are good at doing is bringing together other partners, even some of the partners in this room or even on this panel, Oracle and the rest. We come together and we say, let's do this together. Yeah. So we are able to to help on these interventions by using our power to pull through the partnerships. So on the short term, is a lot of interventions in health. Obviously, one of the big areas that we help most institutions with is payment systems, just the collection and the payment.
Yeah.
Anytime somebody doesn't have to move in order to access a service, that is time that is saved in the economy to be deployed on something more valuable. Anytime we see a line at a public sector institution, we start to think, how can we create a platform that will eliminate these lines? Because any lines that we create, be in the private or in the public sector, is we are wasting people's time. Yeah. We're not giving them the opportunity to use their time on more valuable things. So that's our mindset, and typically we sit with government, the different ministries, and we say, how can we help you? And then we bring in the right partnerships in order to deliver.
Thank you, Chris. And clearly, identifying the need and following it to the solution seems to be some of the key plans and critical towards then addressing all the needs within the government space. Now, my last of the panelists, before we go to an actual use case from engineer, would be James. And James, my question to you would be, if you look at the different approaches towards achieving digital transformation, there are quite a number of pillars. There are quite a number of different ways that people can achieve this. If you don't mind sharing with us, what are some of those very effective pillars that we must follow? And how can we make sure that this is being used as the government space to make sure that pillars are not being reimagined? Pillars are not being, we are not reinventing the wheel as we do so. And what would be an ideal architecture to achieving this digital transformation?
Thanks a lot, Bwana Martin. So for me, it's the practical part. I'm assuming majority of us are the technical people based on who I have interacted with at the end of the day. So let's now bring it home. Let's do what is there practical to be able to achieve this. So I'll defer the first part of your question starting with, and then discuss a bit about the technological architecture to actualize this dream that you're talking about. We've all talked about digital transformation and everything. And when you're talking about the technological architecture, we have to appreciate it's not a one-off event. It's similar to what you're doing with digital transformation, right? It's not a drop thing and then you let it go. It's an ongoing activity and everything. So, and I would want to think of this question from like, how do we rethink the technological foundation for digital transformation? I'll follow the same step, but I won't say the name as Bwana PS said, but we're going to start from Apple, we build the house, and we reach the top. So let's start from there. So at the bottom of everything, we've spoken about infrastructure today, and we've put in statistics about the amount of fiber we've put in and everything. So we need to have a consistent, open, agile, and modern infrastructure at the base of everything, right? If it's not available, how can we access these services, right? And the CS also talked about the silos when he was talking about different government entities maybe doing different things. So how do we break these silos, but from an infrastructure perspective? A good example, but he has already left, the Waziri from Uganda. They had tried to do something with NITA, not only just providing connectivity, but also providing the data center services. And I think engineer will allude to that, trying to provide a seamless, open infrastructure that everyone can come and plug and play. Second is again, the name consistent and decentralized operations across government entities. And this is a consistent approach, the way we do things from a technological perspective, the cultures we have as we move from different MDAs, they need to be the same, right? How do we deploy resources? How do we manage them? How do we do business continuity and disaster recovery? I've not heard much people talking about disaster recovery at the end of the day. So how do we do business continuity and disaster recovery? And my fellow panelist, Okwad, mentioned like, how do we recover our data? So yes, we are talking about Kenya, sovereignty, but in case something happens, how do we recover from a disaster, both at a small, maybe departmental level, all the way to the national government, right? And also for decentralized operations, we need to have multiple streams working at the same time. And COVID had an idea of what we are doing, right? We worked asynchronously. At some point, people in government, not everyone was in the office at the same time, right? So we worked asynchronously. So we need to learn how to adopt modern methodologies like Agile, right? And I think that's the mantra that Chris and his team at Safaricom are running with, Agile, right? We need to talk about DevOps. These are more practical things we are talking about. How do we tap into these cultures of moving fast and being able to deliver this? Remember, at the end of the day, people are not patient as they used to be. Things are moving at a very, very fast rate. Another one is having independent services which are API-driven, and we are talking about the practical things here. So at the end of the day, we have different departments doing different things. How do they expose this data to each other? And everyone has alluded to the point of like a single digital ID. We've had talking about data, but we have different departments doing different things. Like how do we make it more access each other? We don't need necessarily to have everyone knowing about anything. We've talked about that security, but using technologies like APIs, we can be able to only expose what is needed between the intergovernmental organizations and also the private sector in being able to do this. And also going back to Bwana Waziri of how we monetize this, right? If we can be able to develop good APIs, government can be able to provide the data. And I remember even Kenya has always had that open data initiative. So how do we share this data securely and doing that? And this comes via things, technologies like APIs. And of course, at the top, we need to think about customer-centric journeys across everything, from the level of infrastructure all the way to the business level. And this is what really matters, right? A good example is that majority of us, nobody has taught you how to use Facebook. Nobody taught you how to use Twitter, right? You just download, start using, right? That's how government solutions, that's how government applications should work, from the people in mashinani or to the educated people, right? We must put the customer first. So we need to think of things like design thinking. How do I put that person at the center, right? We need to build these personas in everything we are doing. We are not just building systems because it's a KPI. We are building systems to improve people. How easy are they to access? How easy are they simple to use? We don't want to press OK, as Bwana Waziri from Uganda said. We need to be able to make them much more intuitive and be able to do this. And of course, maybe just to my last point, because I can see Martin is looking at his devices. At the end of the day, we need, and it has been drilled down, but it's very, very important, security at all layers, right? Have a security first approach in everything you do. You just don't think of it as an afterthought, and that's what we've been doing, right? And with government, it's not about ransomware, it's all about that. We are having wars, we are having data being held hostage, right, by other governments. So everything we do, we must build it securely. Whatever we expose to other people outside there, it's very important we do it in a secure manner. And as I said, I wanted to start with that second part, which makes much more sense. So I'll skip the first part for the sake of time. But remember, in everything we do, we put the people first, the customer, who is both us and the government internal employees, and ensure that we can share information in a seamless and secure people, backed up by consistent and available infrastructure. Because if the infrastructure is not there, if it's not available, we can build all these beautiful systems, but people will not be able to access them. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Sorry?
Have we built the house?
Yes, we have.
And we started there?
Yes.
We built the top?
Yes.
Okay, so.
For me, to the screen at the back there, it's turning red and red as we talk. But now, maybe just to borrow just a few minutes as we close this section. Now, we want to get a bit into the interesting case of Konza City. And the reason I wanted us to just get to hear into some of this perspective is because if you look at the model, the government is all large and robust, covering the entire of our nation. But here we have a small-scaled perspective of what ICT can do from a city perspective. Therefore, it means that the needs of the citizen can be addressed through technology. And therefore, I would like Engineer John, the CEO of Konza, to walk us through the dream, the journey, and where they are right now. So over to you. Take it away, John.
Thank you, Martin. I'll go to the basics. First, Konza Technopolis is as a result of our vision, the Kenya Vision 2030, which maybe to remind us what was the reason. The aim was to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. This vision had three key pillars: social, political, and economic. Konza Technopolis was established as one of the flagship projects within the economic pillar. And the reason was for CONSA to bring in a new economic drive to our country. Just looking at basic statistics, 2020, trade balance between Kenya and, for example, Korea. Korea exported over 24 billion to Kenya, and we exported about 2.6 billion. And if you go and check the details, what are the contents of those exports as a country, and what did we import, and what is our potential? And I think therein lies the reason why Kenya thought of this flagship project, and the reason to bring in a new economic drive. So the project was conceptualized as a special economic zone, conceptualized as a science and technology park, and also conceptualized as a smart city, and really as the theme of this summit, to accelerate the country's digital transformation. So where are we in making this dream a reality? Because you can see there are three key focus areas. And to achieve this, we needed to ensure we have the right aspects of our city. Because initially started as an ICT park, we thought of a business process outsourcing, and finally the country decided it's going to be a city. Our land was acquired, and now master planning was done, consultants brought on board, and various aspects of a city now was put in place. And since it's going to be a place of innovation, we needed a real driver of innovation, just like Stanford is the driver of the Silicon Valley. So with the help and support of Ministry of Education, Kenya conceptualized establishment of a new research institute at CONSA called Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, with the consultancy support from one of the top 10 innovative universities in the world. That's the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. So it puts us in the right direction to walk that journey. Secondly, we wanted to ensure the infrastructure is world-class. And this is to bring the aspect of sustainability and also a platform of ICT to bring service effectiveness and efficiency to ensure the residents of the city can experience the best environment. So we have we had an opportunity to build from scratch, because it's a greenfield city, to ensure latest technologies are put in place, wastewater treatment facility that we have put in place in CONSA to recycle the water in the city for reuse. That's one of the new concepts we have. Solid waste system of its kind, which is automated solid waste system, highly reliant on ICT. We also inbuild in all the other infrastructure ICT to drive the city. Thirdly, we also saw the need to play CONSA as an innovation platform for our innovators, for enterprises, and for transformation. And we host the National Data Center at CONSA, which is now open for private sector, public sector, and even our innovation community to use this platform for their various uses. And CONSA is at the data center now is ready and it's operational. We've moved to the next step now of creating vibrancy within the CONSA Technopolis, attracting the population. Phase one now, we are over 72% uptake of the phase one. We have now moved to work with the other actors in the innovation and startup ecosystem to start attracting innovators, startups, to call CONSA home and to use CONSA data center as their innovation platform. We are now discussing with various agencies, both public and private, and many partners, technology partners who are here. A few months ago, I think February, we held a session with over 30 state corporations. We brought the chairman and the CEOs to sit, and with partnership of technology partners, we had Intel to discuss the transformation within government, and one is how do we become paperless as government? Secondly, how do we bring automation across the various aspects of our business? How do we avoid the risk and the challenges that have been mentioned here, like automating or digitizing bureaucracy? And we look at how to really work with the private sector. At CONSA at the moment, we are in discussions with many of you, the technology partners, to see how we can offer the CONSA digital platform as one platform to serve government and private sector as one. So we invite you to work with us, and this is one example for our country that is going to really demonstrate the need and the action by government to accelerate digitization in the government.
Thank you so much, Engineer John, and I personally cannot wait as you replicate that then across the entire nation, and as this works. I will move to cons as soon as possible, if there is a chance to do so. So thank you so much. I would like to bring this to a close, and maybe just as a parting shot, as you listen to the different thought leadership, the different insights that we are getting in terms of what the government can do. For me, it's the objective of achieving what we would call then a connected government, where then the citizen is at the heart of it all, and then the digital or ICT being the accelerator for it all, with all the support that we are seeing across the different sectors. The collaboration is the new competition, and we are seeing a lot of support coming through. I do not know whether there is a burning question. We can take one question. Yes, I already see a hand. There is a mic here.
Thank you. My name is Brian Jototieno from KTN News anchor, reporter. I'm speaking, of course, we are media partners here, but this is feedback I'm just giving, particularly on one of the panelists that mentioned about digitizing our traffic system and everything. And the biggest conversation that's going on right now is about the Nairobi Expressway. It's supposed to be launched in another 2 or 3 months, if I'm not wrong. Part of the president's biggest legacy. Now, in our means to try and meet the dynamic changes in media, we put out some infographics to meet people's expectation in getting news. So one of the things we did was put out a registration system analysis of how to use the expressway. I'm seeing one panelist is already smiling. Of course, that's where I'm driving to. And we got massive feedback about the process of just getting to use the expressway. I have had the privilege of traveling to other countries, and I've seen how their toll systems work, their traffic toll systems work. One of the best, Dubai. And there, you don't need to tap your card, it's contactless. So there's an artificial intelligence detector on the windscreen on the windshield of your screen. So as you drive, it just captures and then it bills later on your credit card or at the end of the month. Of course, we are a subscription economy. I'm sure all of us here have either a Netflix account we are paying for monthly or something of that sort. Why can't we replicate the same? And of course, the conversation will go towards, oh, we are not NTSA, we are not Kenha. But I believe as a multi-sectoral thing, because this is going to help all of us in the long run, could we perhaps come into a round table to advise even government on how to enact some of these things, and particularly use artificial intelligence towards achieving this? Thank you, that's my question.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I hear that as more of a comment and well, a bit of a question. I don't know whether there is an insight that can be shared across the team. Anyone with an insight on it? I hear the government.
Maybe first.
Engineer?
I can respond in respect to the principles, because this is a principal issues about ensuring technology can become efficient. At Concert Technopolis, we are actually implementing intelligent transport system. That's what he's referring to. And I believe, I don't have the details on the transport one, but the principle, it's the same what you are seeing in Dubai. It is possible that you can manage all these through contactless recognition and operationalize with that. And I think there's a lot of pilot which has been done by the Ministry of Transport under a project called ITS. I think the experience will be exceeding or similar to what you saw.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do hope that answers your question.
Come in a bit.
Additional? Yeah.
I had the privilege of sitting at the design of the expressway, and exactly what you're describing is the intention, that we will have a gadget which you will put on your windscreen, and when you approach the toll, it just senses and deducts. That is, I don't think it has changed, and that is the idea. I know the issue of the person needing to come with an ID, logbook. I think that one is a matter of discussion, and I think it is being stayed here. So the government listens. Thank you.
I guess that talks into digitizing bureaucracy, which is something they are then trying to address.
I was going to say it can be done, it will be done. I think what is, as the project comes to an end and we start to use it, it's great that people are already beginning to complain, because all that does is that will ensure that we do not digitize the bureaucracy. There's going to be other journeys that are going to be created such that you can get that unit, and more importantly, the payment systems. Ultimately, people don't want to queue or don't want to have an inconvenient payment system, and so it will be done. There's a lot of conversations happening right now to ensure that you can use debit card, credit card, M-Pesa, T-Cash, Airtel Money, everything that you use today. And hopefully, because what we don't want is to have an expressway and then cars are backing up because they are trying to get their payments done. So this is Kenya. We have KOT, Kenyans on Twitter. So we know it will get solved.
Yeah. I guess it's value over profit rather than the other way around. Yeah, good. I would like then to bring this to a close. Really, thank you so much for paying attention. I know everyone had a bit of a rough night. So I would like to really applaud my panelists this afternoon. Thank you for taking your time and sharing your thoughts, insights on what we can do to improve the digital services. So a lot of applause for our team. So thank you so much. I would like to hand over this back to Jeff and Victoria.
A round of applause for our moderator as well.
Thank you.
Asante sana. And before you exit stage, gentlemen, we shall appreciate you for the insights that you have given us in that particular discussion as well. A couple of gifts there that we shall give out and hand out as you exit stage and as you get to a break. And to do that, PS Jerome, tafadhali will call upon you to give these gifts to our very able panelists and moderator as well. Up that way, please.
Fantastic.
Right
Stage
there.
left. Thank you. Wonderful. The ushers can also get the hampers up on stage as well, so we can move this along. Wonderful. So our first speaker, Chris Senano, if you can make your way up, as we appreciate you and your contributions today. Round of applause for him. Thank you.
Asante sana. Followed next, of course, by, yes, and you can exit that way. Asante sana. Engineer John Tanui as well. You can get your hamper. Thank you so much for your contributions to the discussion this morning as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There you go. Asante sana.
PS Career, kindly make your way up. Thank you for your contributions as well. Much appreciated. Round of applause for Buena PS.
And please, as you go there, please smile for the camera as you're getting your gift hamper. I think it's important.
At least look excited.
Yes, that's minor detail. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great insights from our panelists on this discussion. And of course, we are eagerly awaiting the next session that's coming up as well. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. And not forgetting our able moderator, Martin Kimani from KPMG as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we cannot forget our keynote speaker for this session, PS Jerome. There is a gift for you as well. So we'll just exchange the roles, and we'll have Martin gift you for this session. Thank you so much, Bwana PS. Round of applause for our keynote speaker.
Asante sana. Okay, that brings us to the end of this particular panel discussion and brings us to tea breaks. We'll have a short break, 15 minutes. Grab a cup of coffee, get some refreshments. We get back in here, get into the conversation of digital skills and emerging workforce. That takes place at 11:45.
11:45. So tea will be in the exhibition area. So once you get out of the room, you'll hitch a left all the way down to the exhibition area and get a cup of tea, something to bite, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Attention everyone, Susan Mukami from the Office of the Government Spokesperson. If you're here, please come to Homeboy's desk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see some of you back. You know what the trick is, right? The later you come back, the later you'll be served lunch. So it's better we get this over and done with, efficiently and quickly as possible. So yeah, nice to see you all again. I think this is also one of the best sessions because you know also how it is after lunch. People tend to doze off, especially in this weather. So I think we're all energized now to have a really constructive discussion on a very important topic for us in this country, but at this point in time. And what we're talking about is digital skills and the emerging workforce. In the ICT conference, we've heard a lot about digital skills. But as far as the workforce is concerned, there are some very disruptive trends that are happening not only in this part of the world, but globally, and especially catalyzed by COVID. And we have a part to play here. We have a part to take advantage of such trends. And we have an excellent panel today. It's a right intersection between ICT, between education and employment, and we have experts here today to talk about each of those sectors. So may I please call upon Edith Okoki, who is the Director General at the National Employment Authority. I hope you can give a round of applause while these wonderful ladies are making their way here. We also have Maureen Waniki, who is the VP of Programs at Huawei. And last but not the least, Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki, who is from the Department of Education and the Education Secretary for Skills. Let's give her a big hand as well. As we talk about digital skills and the workforce, of course, we will touch on women in tech, and we are here to disrupt, to change the trends, and what better panel to have than three wonderful ladies to talk about these topics. If I can introduce myself, as I said, the intersection between ICT, employment, and education, And I'm glad to have experience in those different sectors.
I've spent making social impact in the renewable energy space, where I was running a company providing pay-as-you-go solar systems for rural homes. And in the last 6 years, I grew that company to have powered 300,000 rural households across 5 countries in Africa. But then I saw a big opportunity. I saw an opportunity in education, in tech. Since the last 3 months, I've taken over as the CEO of Moringa School, where we train software developers and data scientists in a bootcamp model. On a 5-month course, we can take either high school students or university graduates, train them to be professional software developers, data scientists, and we go a step further to placing them into jobs. So the topic that we're talking about, the match between digital skills and employment is very much, what I live and breathe by every single day. So far, Moringa School has trained about 4,000 students, and we're growing aggressively, not only in Kenya, but across the continent. We pivoted from a campus bricks and mortar model, which we had pre-COVID, but during COVID, we really invested a lot in tech. And today, 90% of our courses are being delivered remotely. And we've partnered with the leading bootcamp in the US called Flatiron School. So basically, a graduate coming out of Moringa School after 5 months out of Kenya or on the continent is on par with a software developer or data scientist being created out of the US. And we'll talk about how the trends are changing, where Kenya and the African continent has a place in the global marketplace to add value and earn the same amount as a software developer might be earning in the US or in Europe or anywhere else. And you can imagine if we transform that, if we scale that up significantly, how much impact that can have to our GDP here. So we will elaborate on some of those topics. But that's really about myself. And I will ask each of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves first. So starting with our Dr. Wanjiku.
Is it on? Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki. I work in the State Department for Post-Training and Skills Development, which is in the Ministry of Education, as the Education Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Mwaniki from Huawei.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Mwaniki, and I'm from Huawei Technologies. I handle the Kenya Representative Office, Delivery and Service projects. And I'm also the Director for the Women in Technology Huawei. And I'm glad to be here and looking forward to interacting more. Thanks.
And finally, Edith Okoki from the National Employment Agency.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Edith Okoki. I'm the Acting Director General National Employment Authority, and I'm truly excited to be here with you.
Thank you very much, Edith. Next, we have a short presentation that is prepared by Dr. Wanjiku. So we can just run through that, which will give us some food for thought for our conversation in the next half an hour.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do a very short presentation on digital skills and the emerging workforce. Oh, okay. I've divided my presentation into 4 parts. I'm going to give you a very quick introduction and then give you an overview of skills mismatch, and then look at digital technologies and disruption of work, and then linking digital skills, supply, and demand. Introduction, I told you I work in the State Department for Post-Training and Skills Development, and our work is to promote skills development to fulfill the growing need in Kenya for quality and relevant skills across sectors and bridge the skills gap. Our department has developed the National Skills Development Policy, and therefore my presentation will basically be hiving out the relevant parts of this policy that apply to the discussion that we are having today. So the policy we have developed right now is about to be tabled in cabinet, and the goal is to promote sustainable socioeconomic growth through the development of a skilled workforce that is employable, productive, competitive, enterprising, innovative, and adaptable. So I'll just give you a very brief overview of the skills mismatch we are facing in the country. The skills mismatch can be looked at in 2 ways, at the macro level and at the micro level. At the macro level, we are talking about the gap between the aggregate supply and demand of skills. And here in Kenya, we are having skills surplus and skills shortage. In other words, we are saying that education and training institutions sometimes produce skills that go and flood the market. Then you have surplus. And sometimes they do not provide enough for the labor market, and therefore you have a shortage. So those are the 2 types of skills mismatch that we have at the macro level. Then at the micro level, we have the gap between one's level of skills and job requirements in the market. And here we have 2 types. We have over and under skilling, and also skills obsolescence. Now when we talk about over and under skilling, many of you are familiar. You may have somebody in the market who is overqualified. A good example would be a university graduate who is doing the work of a security guard. That person is overqualified. Or you may find somebody who is working in the labor market and the skills that they have are not at par at what is required with the labor market. So then we have a case of underskilling. The second one, which is quite relevant for our discussion today, is skills obsolescence. We have a case where technology, for instance, the education and training institutions could be training graduates with technology that has already been surpassed by the market. Technology is moving very fast. In fact, I was reading somewhere where they are saying that it moves 3 months, every 3 months, there is new technology. So you find that you may release graduates into the labor market who, by the time they reach the labor market, their skills are obsolete, and therefore they have to be retrained. So that's another kind of skills mismatch that we also face. I just wanted to give you a snapshot of what is happening in terms of unemployment. If you look at the slide here, you will see that primary and secondary, anybody who finishes primary and secondary without going further has a very high chance of becoming unemployed. That is because they don't have the requisite skills for the labor market. That is also a type of skills mismatch. But the one that is really sad is the one for the college and the university. Because if you look at the college education, we have 11.1% of them becoming unemployed, and the university at 9.1%. This is not acceptable because these people are skilled, and we do not want a case where we have skilled graduates in the market and yet they are unemployable. But if you look at the last one, which is very interesting, the TVET. TVET graduates are at 0.8% unemployment. So here we have a sector that is producing graduates who are matching the requirements in the labor market. So TVET is doing quite well, but university and middle-level colleges need to improve in terms of matching skills to the labor market. But again, I don't want to praise TVET too much, because we also have to ascertain that the employment is decent. You heard our CS saying in the morning that there is need for us to look at decent employment. So the reason why we are discussing skills mismatch, it is because it contributes to youth unemployment. And I just want to give you a quick snapshot of the unemployment that we are facing in the country. If you look at the unemployment rate is 10.4%, according to the statistics of 2020, and the youth are disproportionately, they're actually the highest percentage of unemployed. I think the one that worries me a lot is the 25 to 29 years, who are at 21.7%, because most of these have actually finished college and are facing high unemployment. Again, look at labor underutilization at 32.7%. And then look at another group that has been neglected for a long time. These are the people who are not in employment, education, and training, called the NEET. Again, they are also highly unemployed. From our government documents, we are seeing that the impact of youth unemployment is poverty, inequality, loss of self-esteem. Quite a number of youth are depressed, frustrated that they don't have jobs, and some even committing suicide. So this is a very, very serious situation when we have people who are very energetic, who have the skills, but they are not getting employment. So now I come to the issue of digital skills. Now, in our National Skills Development Policy, we had analyzed this situation and we had realized that these digital technologies, among other technologies that are coming into the labor market, are causing disruption of work. And the result is that new jobs are being created that require new skills. On the other hand, we are having job losses that require change of skills. So those are the two dimensions that have come about due to this disruption. So what we have recommended in the policy is that there will be need for reskilling, which our CS mentioned in the morning, reskilling, upskilling, portable skilling, and multi-skilling. So these 4 types of skilling need to be addressed so that we can address the new technologies coming into the market. Now, when you talk about reskilling, a good example would be artificial intelligence. Once it comes into the market, it means that we probably need to reskill. Upskilling means giving additional skills to the ones that you already have. So this is advancing ICT skills. This is just an example. Portable skilling, this is a skill that is transferable. You can move with it wherever you go. And a good example would be ICT literacy. Once you're ICT literate, you can use these skills from one sector to the next. And multi-skilling, where you can have diverse but complementary skills, so that if one becomes obsolete, if one occupation becomes obsolete, you can use your other skills. So in our policy, this is what we have recommended, that the government will strengthen skills development for new occupations to enhance adaptability to the evolving world of work. And I hope this will generate discussion on the issues we are discussing today. And these are the policy actions we have recommended. Number 1 is rapid assessment of new occupations and skills. When new when technology comes into the labor market, we are recommending that we move very fast, and that's why we are saying rapid assessment of the new occupations and the skills. And I was happy that Cabinet Secretary mentioned in the morning that the Ministry of Labor is actually doing a study on the new occupations. But what we are saying is that whenever the new occupations come, let's rapidly do an assessment so that we quickly know what new skills are needed. Then develop a strategy for reskilling, upskilling, portable skilling, and multi-skilling. After that, we need to establish training institutes for reskilling, upskilling, and so forth. And this one, we are recommending a good practice for government to work with the industry. We can have industry coming into education and training institutions and establishing campuses there. For instance, Samsung can establish a campus in the University of Nairobi and train people on the new technology. I have also seen industries developing their own training institutions, like Toyota Kenya. So this is an area where education must work together with industry. Then, of course, quality standards. Whenever you talk about access and equity, always remember we need quality. Sometimes people forget that. Then career progression guidelines. This is where HR comes in. We need them also to work with this issue of reskilling and upskilling. We also need to integrate portable skilling and multi-skilling and ICT literacy in the education and training system. So we have recommended this in the policy. Again, we have also recommended global firms to participate in this reskilling and upskilling, particularly when they are bringing in new technology. They should devote a proportion of the budget to actually train people on reskilling and upskilling because they are the beneficiaries of that training. And finally, we need linkages between education, industry, and government. So to finish off, we need to link supply and demand of digital skills. It's not enough to talk about access and equity without developing relevant skills for the market. Because if you provide our youth with digital skills, and then they go to the labor market and they are not employable or productive, then it means that those skills, they'll have to be, they'll become unemployed. So we want to emphasize that there must be this linkage between supply and demand. For a long time, this has not happened. Now is the time that we are discussing these issues of linkages. So we are saying that education and training institutions should work with industry, should work with institutions that produce labor market information and skills anticipation, so that their programs are informed by what the labor market wants. Another area that has been neglected is skills anticipation. We should by now anticipate 5-10 years from now the kind of skills that the country requires. And then we are able to train for those anticipated skills. So this is what we are talking about here in terms of linking supply and demand. And how do we do this? These are some of the recommendations we have made in the policy. We need sector skills councils. Sector skills councils are made up of industry. And each sector can have its own sector skills council, including ICT. And once you create an ICT sector skills council, this council should then work with education and training to develop curriculum and to participate in curriculum implementation. This has not been done. We have some committees that have been developed, but we need fully fledged national sector skills councils. And therefore, we are saying that once they are established, any curriculum that is developed, the sector skills council must be consulted so that that curriculum speaks to industry. We are also saying that industry can also train in our education and training institutions, either as guest lecturers or part-time lecturers. So this is a new concept that we also want introduced in our education and training institutions. And we also want industry to participate in procurement in terms of technical specifications, so that the equipment and technology that we are buying to use to train our students are in tandem with what is in the labor market. So we want education and industry to work together, and this is one way that it can be done. Of course, labor market information and skills anticipation producers, whoever is producing this information, including our sister State Department for Labor, universities who are also doing tracer studies, this information needs to be given to education and training institutions, curriculum developers, so that whatever training programs we develop are speaking to the labor market information and to skills anticipation. So this is another way we can do linkages. The other way we can do linkages is through career guidance, which has also been neglected for a long time, because for a long time we have mixed career guidance with socio-psychological counseling. And now we want it separated so that career guidance can focus on three things: career education, career counseling, and career information. And we have a draft career guidance policy which we have developed. And we want career education to become a compulsory subject, taught right from primary up to university, and career counseling and career information provided to students, so that if we are talking about digital skills and digital careers, our students, right from the word go, have that information as they make choices, subject choices, as they pursue their education. And finally, we have the work-based learning, where we have apprenticeships, internships, industry attachments, industry traineeships, and so forth. Again, this is another way we can help our students to become employable in the labor market. So with those few words, I want to conclude, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanjiku. When we were preparing for this session, she had said that her presentation will be short and sweet. I hope you agree with me that it's a very succinct presentation, and there are many people, including myself, in the private sector here, so I think we should come for some coaching from you in order to how to do very succinct presentations. So thank you again, Dr. Wanjiru. So it's really inspiring to hear how government is also thinking about policy and how it potentially resonates with the demands of the private sector, and I hope we can all agree that we can't proceed to the next level and proceed exponentially unless private sector and public sector are really combined in their thinking. And before I invite Maureen to give her view from the private sector, from the work that Huawei is doing, just wanted to kind of set the scene and make sure that we know what we're talking about when we talk about digital skills and employment. We've heard, there are many programs that are being rolled out, including from the government on digital skills, and that being made available across the country. When you talk about equity, there's no reason why somebody not coming from Nairobi or Mombasa should not have the kind of opportunities. And now with things like internet being widely available, the tools of the trade also being affordable and widely available. There's a part for everybody to participate in the digital transformation and get equal opportunity in terms of employment. But I think we should all be aware of where the opportunities are, where the big opportunities are, and what we are trying to do. When we look at digital skills, say 10 years ago, it was about being computer literate, being able to do Excel, PowerPoint, word processing, things like that. The world has moved very fast, and the mobile phone is key part of our life that we know. Mobile money in this part of the world has really accelerated the role of the mobile phone, and with apps, with having marketplaces, we can find really efficient supply chains, not only for big companies, but also for the SME and the micro SME market. So when we talk about digital skills, we need to assess the education that we're providing here. Is that enough for us to really leverage in terms of creating opportunities out of that? And there was a really interesting report that was released by Google and Accenture about a month ago, really trying to quantify the different level of digital literacy on not only in Kenya but on the continent, and just to see if people understand where we are, what Dr. Wanjiru talked about, the match between supply or mismatch between supply and demand. Maybe a quick question to the audience is, how many software developers do we think there are on the African continent? That's the first question, and I'm happy to take any guesses, any answers. Anyone? How many software developers do you think there are on the African continent? There might be a prize given by our organizers if you get it right. Anyone? Just shout it out. 80,000, the lady there. Anyone else disagree with that? Tiara? 500,000. Right. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. You're both wrong. 30,000. Okay, so the answer on the African continent, it's actually 750,000 software developers, of which in Kenya we have 80,000 software developers. Okay, so you got it right for Kenya. I give you that. But imagine 80,000 out of a population of 50 million. And to put that into context, right? If you look at a big market like India, India every single year they're graduating about 2 million software developers, and we are at the tip of the iceberg. But on the other hand, we have lots of funding coming into this market, right? If you look at all the fintechs, all the venture capital, there's billions and billions of dollars actually coming into this continent. When we look at global companies, right? We heard the PS talk about Microsoft coming in and putting in their Africa Development Center in Nairobi, hiring around 500 software developers. There are other evolutions happening with AWS, Google. For example, Glovo is a food delivery company based out of Europe. They have 4 development centers, 2 in Spain and 2 in Eastern Europe. But the CTO of Glovo was in town a month ago, saying that they can't get enough software developers in that part of the world. India is getting too expensive, so they're looking at setting up a big software development center here. So my point is that compared to where we are, compared to how much talent we have, the demand is exponential, and there's a mismatch. And we're lucky to have a smart youth population here, and that's something that organizations like ours are trying to do to play a part in that supply chain, and we're glad to see that we can work with government as well. But with that, I'll hand over to Maureen to give us her view from the private sector.
So on the private sector, first, I think there's a video that's meant to be played just to summarize a few things, because I can see time is really not on our side. Okay.
In Kenya, there exists a mismatch between academic education and industry requirements, thereby posing a great challenge in attracting the skills to step into the corporate world. Therefore, investing in skill development is crucial, both in bridging the skill gap among our youth and also in upskilling our current workforce to play their part in supporting development within ICT. We have focused on developing ICT skills across all levels, offering internet connectivity, digital skills, ICT training and certifications, and upskilling the current workforce. Huawei has provided free internet connectivity to 13 schools all around Kenya. Through this connection, we aim to enhance equity, access, and quality of learning with the aspiration to leave no one behind.
And together we'll ensure that all young learners are equipped with the necessary skills to be able to compete effectively with the rest of the world.
We believe that we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future.
I think after doing the HITSAI.com, my understanding broadened.
Huawei advocates for an open, shared ICT talent ecosystem that benefits all stakeholders. Huawei ICT competition has been launched in over 70 countries worldwide, with over 80,000 contestants from more than 1,600 universities and colleges.
They have provided us with a very rare opportunity. It's not everywhere you find such great opportunities.
Seeds for the Future program is designed to help develop local ICT talents, enhance knowledge transfer, promote a greater understanding and interest in the telecommunications sector.
The Unitech Talk is a series of online lectures that we have been holding as Huawei, bringing on board different industry experts who have been talking about different topics which are on emerging tech issues and tech topics, where we've been having university students attend from different universities across Kenya, and this has been proving to be quite an essential thing for them.
Such involvement can help colleges and universities with ICT talent cultivation, development and employment. The digital skills training has significantly improved the lives of hundreds of youth from across Kenya. Additionally, the skills gained have set them up for success in their careers.
So we encourage participants of the Nigeria project to explore these certifications and also explore this training that is provided free of charge from Huawei.
Through the civil servants training, we have the ability to power economic growth and deliver public services efficiently and effectively across the country.
We are committed to bring digital to every person, home and organization for fully connected, intelligent Kenya.
So in summary, I think the video has spoken a lot. As the private sector and as Huawei Technologies, we've tried to bring in, to match some of those gaps, and we can agree that there's a huge gap in terms of the digital divide. And you can agree that as we move forward, we're trying to really bridge that gap. It will not be, we can't close it 100%, but I think the direction in which we are taking through the programs that are there, Seeds for the Future, and we have the PDTP, we have Presidential Digital Talent, and we also have Girls in ICT under the Women in Technology programs. We have partnered together with the Ministry of ICT and Youth and together with KONZA, just so that we can try and bring in these skills closer to some of the young people. Unfortunately, it's very, very hard to find the right skill sometimes, especially when we're trying to do some of these programs. So we advertise these particular programs on our platforms as Huawei. Let's say the competitions, we come in, we do some trainings, but the rate of participation sometimes is not what we're looking at. We're hoping that the youth can get to understand that there's so much more that they can be able to take in. They can be able to come in and present themselves, because if we work together with the Ministry of Education, work together with the Ministry of ICT, I think through some of the programs that we have in place, like the Huawei programs, like the academic programs that we have, we can be able to try and structure something that can help the youth. I was just speaking yesterday in one of the forums, and I mentioned that we've brought in so much discussions around having, maybe say like the young people in primary schools having laptops and maybe internet, and then we focused on the university area, but we've left out the secondary people. So that transition needs to also be very clear around us trying to bring in some of these creative skills. And another thing we also noted is that we have to be willing, together with the private sector, because we cannot walk alone. We have to work with all the other private institutions so that we can try and achieve some of these things. We have over 50 million people. So far, Huawei can be able to try and do as much, But I think together with the government, together with other private sectors, we can be able to see how we can support and how we can be able to bring up the digital literacy into 1 or 2 people. If you just drive out of this hotel and you look at the different, maybe say the town that is here, and maybe you just ask someone, do you understand about the digital literacy? Do you understand just about a computer? Do you know basics about a computer? And unfortunately, you'll realize that they have no idea, they've never even seen something like that. I'll pick a real case example. As women in technology, and I think you've seen in the video, we were in Gabatula. And in Gabatula, you realize that even someone, a young person, someone who has already finished a secondary school, has no idea. They cannot even switch on a laptop or a computer. They've never even seen it. And you can imagine the same person is meant to compete in the industry that we're trying to move. But another thing we need to ask ourselves, what exactly is digital literacy? Or what exactly are we trying to upskill when we talk about digital skills? So for me and for us as Huawei is to try and make sure that the problems that are being addressed, say in Gabatula, and the problems being addressed in Kwale need to be looked at in different areas and should not be compared as the same platform. Another thing is that we have to be proactive in terms of making sure that we understand the challenges in these different counties. We have to understand that if a Mama Mboga, what is Mama Mboga's main aim? Is so that they can try to sell from someone here, herself, to someone else, maybe just in another county or even just in another town. So what exactly is digital upskilling? So I think for us as Huawei, we are trying to make sure that we can bridge that digital divide by making it relevant to the individual, relevant in terms of how is it going to benefit this person? Because ideally, that is what we should be addressing, and that is how we are going to move forward around the skills. I was just mentioning earlier is that how are we able to make sure that this person who maybe say digs trenches is able to say that they are not able to find some work in Nairobi and can be able to come to Kwale to do some trenching works, but how will they sell their skill? Is that they can be able to put it even on a platform online, and they're able to find some work. So I think for us, that is the main area, and the different programs have been announced, and we're trying to also encourage the youth. Come up and speak, come up and participate, because again, there has to be willingness from the participant to participate in some of these programs. Otherwise, if you're not willing to participate in, say, the competitions that are there, like ICT competition, if you're not willing to participate in the girls in ICT programs such as cloud computing, if you're not willing to participate, then definitely we are still going to have that gap around the people coming up, the unemployed. Another 2 more things is that we need, together with the government, look into the factor about accessibility. It's very, very difficult to access some of these areas and, have access in these areas. In the really remote areas, yes, we may have North B, we have all those things, but we have to also proactively make sure that we, together with the government, are maintaining some of that infrastructure so that in schools, we're able to see the children participating. COVID taught us a lot. COVID made us realize that we have a huge gap. We have children who are studying online, and we have children who are staying home a whole year without studying. So it becomes very unfortunate that we are both being put on the same setup, but unfortunately cannot compete in the same industry. So another thing is that we also have to look into the devices, because you may have accessibility. We may invest so much in terms of accessibility, but if the devices are not there, then it means that we still cannot access, that young person cannot access. Yesterday, Professor Ndemo mentioned that it's very, very difficult for even some of the students to have to go outside so that they can just be able to access the internet. So some of these devices we have to also support together in the private industry and also together with the public, with the government, that we're able to provide some of these devices into the school, and they're working, not only just for the sake of being there as devices, but they're actually working, and they're working for good for these students, and we teach them the correct content in which they need to be able to study. So for us, that is how we looked at it from the private sector, and we're hoping we'll have more stakeholders coming in to support the drive around this particular area, this particular challenging area. And I think in the next 1, 2, 3 years, we'll be in the right direction. I mean, Rome was not built in one day, but eventually it was built. So it just took a few steps, but we'll head there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maureen, for sharing those insights. I think we need to be frank to ourselves in terms of where these gaps are, and it's really encouraging to see vendors like Huawei, invest in education. Who would have thought that Huawei would do that? We have other vendors in this room. AWS is giving free certifications. Oracle, Microsoft, they're all playing their part, and so you can see how there is a revolution happening where these big companies are actually helping invest in education in the country. One thing that really stood out from Dr. Wanjiku's insightful presentation was the unemployment gap that is there at the different levels, and shockingly, if secondary school students who don't pursue further education and 30% of them are unemployed, that is a big problem. When we also look at university students, if 11% of those cannot get employment, that is a big problem. Of course, companies like ours at Moringa School, we try to address that because we can take students coming from secondary school, and they're no longer required to go to university, because in 5 months we train them into becoming software developers and get into employment. We do the same for university graduates who can't get employment, and they see us as a bridge in between. But talking about employment, it'll be really good to hear some insights from Edith, our DG, to see how the National Employment Agency is helping overcome these hurdles.
Sure, I would like to just make my remarks standing.
Please.
The reason being I'm an African woman, and this seat is quite... Yeah, that is what my mama gave me. I would really not want to say that National Employment Authority does this and does that, because having sat here since morning and having listened to my cabinet secretary giving really what we do, I just want to say that we are operating in a space where we really, as government, have to up our game. And when we look at what the fourth industrial revolution has presented in terms of opportunities for reorientation and transformation, we can leverage on digitization and technology. And as my colleagues have also said on this platform, is that COVID, being what it was, also gave us a lot of opportunities. The Ministry of Education, that is the education sector in this country, has also done a lot of huge transformation, so that despite having COVID, they were able to continue with the learning, and we can all attest to this. We also have our Future of Jobs report of 2020, that is by the World Economic Forum, that has predicted the loss of 75 million jobs worldwide. And that is by this year, 2022. But at the same time, we are also going to have 133 new jobs. And you know, these are the things that I normally look at, and these are the things that also give me jobs. But as Kenya, are we ready to take this space of these 133 million jobs? And that is also part of what I do. I do what we call career guidance to job seekers. And what do I mean by career guidance is that we are able to tell you, yes, you have qualified in this particular field, but for you to be able to fit in the world of work, then this is what you need to do. And that is where I think Moringa steps in. I would also like to say that how do we align digital skills to the job market? And the key to any success in this changing era is to identify market needs. That is what actually the Ministry of Labor does. We identify what is the market needs. And this can be at times quite expensive because it needs a lot of research. And as we do this, we also try to align what the market needs to what the training providers are giving. And at some stage, we realize that there's really a big mismatch on what the training is churning out and what the market really, really requires. And so some of the skills, portfolios, and occupations that I would like to give as an example are in the area of customer service managers. We also have sales and marketing, and the list can actually go long. At the same time, we can also have examples of digital skills. And these digital skills are, you will agree with me, or you may disagree with me, are they are at entry level, and the digital skills, they may include problem solving, or communication, or listening, interpretation. And this is an area where we can actually discuss and have a good debate on this. As an authority, we also look at labor market trends and emerging technologies, as I've mentioned. And as has already been mentioned on this very room, is that we have rapid improvements which have been made in cyber computing capabilities, and these are largely driven by 4 emerging technology. That is the artificial intelligence, as had already been mentioned. We also have the other one, which is called the Internet of Things. And this is where we refer to data that the internet is no longer just a worldwide network where people connect with one another using computers, but it's also a platform for devices to communicate electronically with the world around them. The other area of technological development is the blockchain. And a blockchain is a digital ledger system in which immutable transactions are recorded digitally and made available across network. And we also have robotics. And as the number of device technologies that allow for the automation of production processes grow, so will the role of robots in both services and product manufacturing. And as had already been alluded by my CS, we need to know how we can go around some of these technologies and need to embrace them so that we can compete competitively in the world. Having said that, we have some gaps that we have identified, and some of these gaps have already been mentioned, and so that I do not take so much time, I may just mention a few of them. That is access. Those are it is quite critical in our country in that it is not uniform in terms of the ability to connect to the internet and go online. Skills, also confidence. The confidence of some people who fear going online because of crime. I'm sure very many of us may not be on, should I say maybe banking online? Because we fear what we hear. So as much as we may want to do this technology and be in tandem with it, we may fear or lack confidence. At times, there's also no motivation. And you wonder, is it really necessary to go online? And then the design. Not all digital services and products are accessible and easy to use. are even just our mobile phones or even the laptops that we have. Awareness is one area, and then staff capability and capacity for those that are working in these areas. This is more so in government. Maybe in the private sector, you may want to recruit the people who have that. But in government, as had been mentioned, we normally try to keep pace with the private sector. And so in doing that, it takes us time to have the right staff to be able to implement some of the policies that government wants to take across. And some of the collaborations and approaches that we have to use to overcome these gaps will involve working with our partners, as has already been mentioned here. We cannot work alone. And so this would mean that we work with the ICT fraternity, the education sector, the labor innovations, and other stakeholders. And also in terms of creating job opportunities and future digital leaders. This can also help educators all over the country to assist teach digital skills for today's workforce. Having said that, I think it would be wrong for me to leave this platform before I mention to you what the National Employment Authority does. You may Google to find out when we were born. We're about 4 years old now. But we've been able to, so that we can compete competitively, we realized that we needed to go online. And so we have been able to develop our systems. And so that you can clap for me, I want to mention that all our services are actually done online. And this is the registrations of job seekers and interns. You can register as a job seeker at the comfort of your seats, and I'll be able to give you that website and you'll be able to prove me right. We also register and manage, that is the private recruitment agencies in this country, and we also register employers. Most employers have actually registered with us, and right now you'll be able to receive your annual reports online. The important reasons why we ask employers to register with us is so that we are able to get the data of the people that you have employed. And this is what helps governments to make policy. And Moringa here is a very good example. I know when I heard that he was going to be our moderator, I Googled, I went onto our page, and I realized that he has, and you also make your returns. I hope you have already received your certificates. Yeah. So you can fill your annual reports online. You no longer have to actually do it manually. You can do it online and just send it back to us online, and we'll be able to give you a certificate on that. You can also use our platform to advertise for job opportunities if you have registered as an employer, and you'll be able to find all the job seekers. And this is all free of charge. And then we are able to shortlist the job applicants by employers, and this is done by our employment officers, and you'll be able to actually be assisted if need be. We already have 28 counties where our presence are felt. We are also registering Kenyans who are working in foreign countries, and as had been mentioned by my CS, this is very key. And it's the only time we were able to get even the more numbers was when it was COVID, and most of them wanted to come back home. But now we say that I think it should be a place of choice where you register. The only details we want to know is where you are working and which area you are working, so that in case of also distress, we are able to reach. We also have a mobile app where we use this for registration, the same services that I've talked about. And once you have this app on your phone, you'll be able to access all these services that I'm talking about. And of course, we are in the use of social media, so we are not so much behind. At least in Kenya, we still have the Facebook, so we are on Facebook. We have the Twitter handle. We have the Instagram page. And we are moving towards TikTok. Yeah, so I just wanted to do that presentation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, DG. Some of us grew up in an environment where government was always taking. It was about compliance and bureaucracy and tax and reporting. But it's really insightful to see how government is giving back and supporting. This is something new for me, a learning that the NEA can have like a job matching platform, which I think many of us can also leverage. And when the DG of employment is talking about AI and IoT and TikTok, I think we're really excited to see the future. And also something to say about Moringa is that we have lots of experienced graduates who can come and intern in your organizations, in the government departments. So our colleagues are here, so please get in touch, and we can provide you these interns for free of charge. So I think we've heard very good insights in terms of how we're advancing on the digital skills, where there is a requirement as far as the workforce evolution is concerned. And I think, again, we're here in an exciting time, exciting space where people used to look at Kenya for tourism, for agriculture, for mineral resources, in the past decade for mobile money. But now what is becoming really important for us to play a part, not only for the country and the continent, but in the global workspace, is our human capital. And you can imagine with that revolution, again, what Edith talked about, skilling in AI, IoT. I think many of us are aware that there are employers based in Kenya employing thousands and thousands of IT-savvy people who are working on AI. So companies like Samasource, DDD, Cloud Factory, so working for US clients, and those companies are generating tens of millions of dollars of revenue just in this market, and this is just the beginning. So once again, we are on a revolution where again there is the intersection of ICT, education and employment to all come together to really take our country to the next level. So with that, I know time is running out, but we might have time for a couple of questions if anybody would like to ask our panelists. We have some hands up. We can go with the gentleman here. I don't know if we have any mics, or you can shout your question. And please introduce yourself and which panelist you would like to ask. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Diani from Oracle Technologies. My question is to Dr. Wanjiru. You mentioned about training. So an observation, YouTube is one of the largest training platforms. So how are you leveraging platforms like YouTube? And then the second question is in terms of what incentives. Hello? What incentives do you have in your policy to enable more organizations invest in developing skills in terms of the digital skills that we have? Another question is to Dr. Edith, in terms of how are you capturing gig economies and gig roles, because that is something that's growing, and if you look at Gen Z, they're not looking for employment, they are looking for gig roles. So how are you capturing that, and how are you protecting our Gen Z?
Great, thank you very much. So we'll take the first question from Dr. Wanjiru on how you're leveraging YouTube and what sort of incentives are you able to provide for investment?
Thank you for that question. What we have done as the Ministry of Education, or rather our department, is to provide the policy framework. And therefore we have provided the policy to enable action to be taken. So we have given you the guidance, and we have provided policy actions on how this should be done. And one of what you're suggesting is that we should have these training institutions where we leverage on the industry and work with the industry as a good practice. In our policy, we have mentioned practically in every policy action that we need to work with the industry. So as you have mentioned, YouTube is a fantastic idea. And therefore, this is something that can be done. The policy is there. It's now for you in the education sector, industry, to go ahead and start working together and start training. For us, we have given you the policy. In terms of incentives, we did have an incentive from Treasury where they had talked about tax to encourage industry to provide work-based learning. But apparently, when they did analysis, this uptake has not been done. So we are also we are also planning to work with Treasury and Labor to see how we can make it user-friendly, so that more industries can be given industries can be given incentives to provide work-based learning. Because many times when we ask them to provide work-based learning opportunities, they ask, what is in it for us? We are spending our time as we are in for the profits, but you're asking us to train. So we need to give them incentives. We are also working on a policy for this, because what is there in place right now is not working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to Edith, if you can answer on the question on the gig economy and how the NEA is participating in that.
Yeah. Thank you. What I want to say is that, one, we need to create awareness so that people know that we exist. And also in the Ministry of Labor, we are continually improving on our having the emerging skills and careers be included in the Kenya classifications, so that then, as you register with the National Employment Authority, we are able to capture that. And as I'd mentioned, it's supposed to be a platform where anything that you want, you should be able to get. And unfortunately, right now, what we have are the traditional careers that when you go, we tried to make our platform very friendly so that you just have a drop and to be able to click on the careers that already are in the Kenya classifications that has already been approved. And so we are aware that we're in an economy where things are emerging and changing. And so we are moving with the times, and we're already working with our sister department to have all these careers, the emerging careers, so that we are able to give them what we call codes. And once you have that, it makes it very easy for you to be able to register. I don't know if I've spoken to your question.
What I would like to add to that question, it's a very important one as the gig economy becomes an important driver for our labor force. And we've seen in markets like Europe, where companies like Uber have been banned because they're not giving similar rights to the gig workforce compared to the employee workforce. But that's something that I guess is a topic to watch out for. Thank you for that question. Dirk, over there. The guy in the purple.
Yes, the guy in the purple, indeed. I go by the name of DJ. I work for a small company by the name of POA Internet. Question is to the entire panel. Aren't you afraid that with Microsoft coming in with their ADC and hiring 500 developers, paying top dollar for these people, that they're polluting the local market to some extent? Because all of a sudden, every person aspires to become a developer, but they also aspire to get the salaries that Microsoft is offering, and therefore it becomes a bit of a brain drain instead.
Thank you for that question. Just to repeat the question, if I understood correctly, what you're asking, Dirk, is how companies like Microsoft are distorting the market by inflating salaries and poaching talent from other players. Is that the question?
Exactly. We've seen the same thing happening with Andela to some extent, and also with M-Copa.
Right. Maybe to answer on behalf of the panel, because I'm close to that, because we are the ones who supply that kind of talent. What is happening is a feature of supply demand. I mean, the same thing we're seeing happening with oil, right? With the war
So where there's shortage of talent, yes, of course, people will take advantage. But that is short-term thinking. What we need to see is look at the opportunity out there, because there are companies like Microsoft who are coming in and paying the kind of salaries that they're paying in the global workforce. So I think that's something we should be proud of, that our Kenyan talent can operate on the same level as the global workforce. And that is the inspiration that we should go by. And see how can we increase the pool, because if the pool of talented people is increased, then we might not have such shocks. But then the thousands of, going beyond the 80,000 say software developers we have in Kenya currently, how can we multiply that 10 times and have all those software developers earning similar salaries as Western developers? Then you can imagine the impact on our continent and our country. So we need to think big and play our part to make sure that we get to that kind of scale up. That's what I would say. We are running out of time, and I don't want to eat into your lunch. I'm sure we can also discuss amongst ourselves over lunch. Please reach out to our panelists. But with that, really thank you all for your presentations, your insights. And I think we will close it up here. So let's give a round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Quite an amazing discussion right there. And you want to one more point before we leave? Okay. Is it on?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes.
Okay.
So there's just one thing that I like always referencing. One of the superior quotes from Charles Darwin is that it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. We have to agree that the way we are developing in terms of digital transformation and the skills that we are getting in the market is really a game changer. So for me, wherever it is that you will come from in terms of the industry that you're in, let's try and make sure that everyone adapts to this change. So it's not how smart you are, all this, and how much salary you can get. Yes, Microsoft we know, but it's about how well we can adapt to this change.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And a round of applause for that as well, as we all adapt and move forward. So we are standing between you and that sumptuous lunch on the other side. So we'll do this very quickly, make light work of this. We will appreciate our guests and our panelists for the discussion this afternoon. And we shall do that by having our moderator, Mr. Shah, hand out some gifts as well on that side. You're good.
I didn't come with any gifts.
Do not worry. We
the gifts are provided, so you're lucky on that. Yeah.
We've got your back on that one. And the ushers will also help him as he hands them to his panelists.
And we'll have each of the panelists make their way up. And we have the PS is actually here. CAS is here. Fantastic. So we can have her hand over the gifts. Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of ICT. Thank you, Madam Maureen. Wonderful. So we are awarding the moderator. Thank you. Round of applause for him. Snehar. Fantastic moderating throughout this session. Wonderful. All right, that is Madam Edith from the National Employment Authority. I was today years old when I found out that we have a National Employment Authority, but we learn these things. But thank you so much, Madam Edith, for your contribution. We really appreciate it. And of course, Maureen Mwaniki from Huawei. Thank you. Fantastic.
And Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki as well, receiving her gift hamper, of course, just appreciating the work she's done and the contribution she's made on the panel discussion this morning. Thank you so much. You can also take your seats at this particular point in time. But even as we break for lunch, quick reminder on what's coming up after lunch. Discussions happening in this room, which is a Dr. Meister room, will be concerning digital currency and cybersecurity. So if those tickle your fancy, if you're interested in that, digital currency and cybersecurity conversations taking place in this room, that's what will be happening here. On the other side, in Jumuika, we'll be having conversations revolving around catalyzing e-commerce for employment and wealth creation. and data storage and cloud as well. So once again, in Jumuika, it's all about catalyzing e-commerce for employment and wealth creation, as well as data storage and cloud. That happens immediately after our lunch break.
All right. And of course, we have lunch at Bustani. That will be for all delegates, but we have dignitaries who will be having lunch at Diani restaurant. And we request that we are back here at least by 2:15, or at least in the breakout session that you choose. Then we also have a really kind request. So this has been about tech and about public and private sector, but we also want to lead with our hearts. And by that I mean there's a CSR activity happening tomorrow. And we want to be able to gift and help some of the families here in the county. And there is a request, if you have any donations, if it's food, if it's clothing that you want to give, 200 families will benefit from that CSR activity. That will be tomorrow. We'll have the team from the ICT Authority. If you want to engage them, they can give you more information on how you can get the donations out to them. All right, fantastic. But last but not least, we'll also have an exclusive session with the PSs and CEOs, and that will be at Kikaoni. That is right next to Jumuika. So that session will be between 3:30 and 4:30. Again, exclusive session between the PSs and the CEOs in Kikaoni room that is right next to Jumuika. And that will be from 3:30 to 4:30. But for now, I think we are ready to eat.
Yes, we are indeed. The conversation continues online, #Connected22 Summit. Go for lunch. We are back here. The conversations continue. See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I can imagine and feel that sense of after you've just had your lunch, how it feels to then sit down and again listen attentively. But let's give this a shot. It's going to be fun and it's going to be exciting. So welcome, first of all, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth for putting this fantastic platform together. This is my first time, so it's really exciting to see all the collaboration, co-ideation, and innovation that's going to come out at the back of this. My name is Shehryar Ali, and I work for MasterCard. I'm the country manager for East Africa. Although my t-shirt says the Bitcoin sign, I don't work in Bitcoins, and neither am I a sponsor, so you can rest assured that you'll get neutral feedback and in views. I run into people and generally the question is, okay, you're working in MasterCard, so you must be a cards company, right? So initially I used to push back and say, yeah, but we do a lot more. We do a lot more in platforms, in crypto and remittances and so on. But now I've just started pushing back and saying that, just like Apple is not selling fruits, just like Amazon is not a bookstore by the river or a marketplace by the river, similarly, MasterCard has evolved over the years and decades. And just to give you a bit of a context, Ajay Banga, who was our former CEO, he, a decade ago, kind of came up with a strategy with his leadership team called the multi-rail strategy. And one of the key pillars of the multi-rail strategy was crypto and digital currencies. So it's been about 10 years or so that we've been working on this, and it really gives me a lot of pleasure. Today we're talking about digital currencies. Now, there's some good reason why digital currencies has become a key topic in central banks, in governments, and various forums like ours today. If you look at it, 86% of central banks are right now researching on digital currencies. 60% of them are actually experimenting with digital currencies, and about 15% are piloting digital currencies. And if we narrow that down from a global perspective to Kenya, I don't know how many of you know, but 8.5% of the population of Kenya today holds cryptocurrency assets or have utilized cryptocurrency in terms of transactions. This really ranks Kenya in the top tier when it comes to peer-to-peer cryptocurrency trading volumes, which is quite a feat. It's something quite rare. Additionally, if you look at how many searches come globally on Google for digital currencies, you will note that Kenya is in the top 10. So credit to those who are actually inquisitive, want to learn about the new technologies and how they can really solve for real problems rather than just being innovative for the sake of being innovative. Let's step back a bit and unravel so there are some misnomers, and let's take them piece by piece. You will hear in conversations that digital currencies equals to Bitcoin equals to distributed ledger technology or blockchain. But it really, these are really 4 different things or 3 different things. And it's important that when we talk about digital currencies, we understand what type of digital currencies exist. So let's say virtual currencies. I don't know how many in the crowd have ever played Fortnite, or you know somebody who's played Fortnite. If you have, please raise your hands. I might want to connect. There we've got one. Okay, cool. We've got a few hands there. That's excellent. So what's the currency that's used on the Fortnite platform? Anybody want to give a shout out? Okay, I'll in the interest of time. It's called V-Bucks, right? So I know all about it because my kids are after my life to kind of purchase them, which is basically on the back of fiat, right? So, so that's a virtual currency which is basically unregulated, and it belongs to a particular network, which has been developed by the developers. The algorithms that define the rules behind how that currency is going to be managed and used and exchanged is actually limited to the developers, right? And this is just one example in Fortnite. I've seen this in various gambling platforms where you convert fiat into chips and then those chips rotate. Similarly, there's other use cases. So that's one. Then we move on to the big chunky cryptocurrency. Now, cryptocurrency use cryptography for verification and securitization of transactions and record keeping. I think the biggest use case when you think of cryptocurrencies, let's say, is Bitcoin. It also involves coming up with new units. Anybody has any idea how many units of Bitcoin have been mined already? And how many will be coming up, perhaps? So there's a finite currency supply, and as of last count, there's only 2 million left. 19 million have already been actualized, right? So if we think of Bitcoin, it's a currency is generally used for transactions. But in case of Bitcoin, you'll notice that it's becoming more and more of an asset class. In addition to an asset class, it's becoming more and more of a, whenever there's high volatility, in the case of wars or calamities, Bitcoin becomes an alternative to trade when the financial services system kind of takes a hit. So it is really interesting how in different scenarios it plays its pivotal role in any financial services space. The other thing is if you're unlucky enough and you get to go to a shop or online and you see, let's say you like a shoe, right? Let's say it's for X Bitcoins. And then as of 1st of September, Elon Musk goes ahead and offloads $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. And you come the next day and it's become 1.5x. That's painful, but that's the volatility of the currency itself. And so I think we need to be mindful of how much of it is actually an asset class and how much of it can actually be used for transactions, especially when the going gets tough. One example could be in the Bahamas when Hurricane Dorian came. It was a Category 5, and it took down a few parts of the island. And at that point in time, it became an alternative until the central bank came out and said, okay, we're going to launch the Bahamas Sand Dollar, which is the first of its kind CBDCs. MasterCard had a good role to play in that, which enabled that even if the financial services infrastructure goes down, you would still have the Bahamas Sand Dollar wallet backed by the central bank for you to conduct commerce. Yeah? Then the third type is very nicely laying into the discussion is CBDCs itself. So CBDCs are regularized, centralized payment option or currencies. And it's interesting how it's working well in those parts of the world where there's a problem to solve for, rather than just bringing it out as an option or an alternative to fiat. And this has been clearly seen in the case of the example I've just shared on Bahamas, but then if you look at the Chinese E-yuan, it was specifically piloted during the Beijing Olympics 2022, when foreigners were coming in to view. They were able to exchange and actually buy Chinese E-yuan and actually utilize it at the premises of Olympics. Then you have another use case, which is interesting, which is coming out of Singapore, and that one is where Singapore, Thailand, and Canada have gotten together and said, hey, how about we start piloting cross-border trade? And so it's called the UBIN project, and that UBIN project kind of works well for them because they're able to test and see if digital currencies can be that solution, which can cut the cost, cut the time it takes through intermediary, which is in some cases FIs, and actually have the controls and the regulatory policy around it, because it's backed by the central bank, for you to, with the peace of mind and comfort, have an efficiency within the trade transaction experience. And then you have the Sweden's e-krona, which is, again, around displacement of cash. Now compare Kenya to some of these Western European states. You'll notice that, let's say in Kenya, Kenya is unique because you've got the mobile money doing a great job in terms of digitalization and financial inclusion. However, if you look at still the utilization of cash, it's still sitting at about 70%. Yes? So what's the cost of cash? It is 2 to 3% of your GDP, as per the World Bank estimates. At $100 billion of GDP, that means today Kenya is spending about $3 billion in just the production of cash, the storage, the transportation, the security. Developmental projects, infrastructure, health, whatever else. And the answer is pretty obvious. And if, in addition to the digital options that we do have, both in the FI space and the mobile money space and the digital currency space, if any of these can play a role in taking that 70% cash component down to maybe 50, that could be a major save for the economy. And I think that's where MasterCard is working with various stakeholders in the market to bring that to life and chip away, slowly but surely, on cash. I think we will have a lovely discussion now on digital currencies. And some things that you might want to think as we prepare for that session is there a problem in Kenya that we need to solve? Number one, financial inclusion. Well, with 83% of the population or 85% of the population covered, really, is that the problem that digital currency will solve? Maybe, maybe not. Is it cross-border trade? And we need to think about the regional players. How can we kind of collaborate and get the cross-border trade kicking in a much faster, simpler, easier way? Is it displacement of cash and thereby reducing the cost of cash? Could be one, and something that we must look at. So I think these are just some of the many possible problems that digital currencies could solve for. And I'm looking forward to a fantastic discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for Mr. Ali. Really interesting. So you said 8.5% of the Kenyan population holds cryptocurrency? Or has interacted with it?
Has interacted, so either transacted or currently hold assets.
Very, very interesting. And I guess it's the reason why the CBK now is considering creating a digital currency and has actually put out some time for Kenyans to give their views over the next 2 months or so. So let's see what Kenyans say, whether we'll have a CBK-backed digital currency. Our next speaker for this session is George Wakaria, Director for Treasury and Trade Solutions, Head of East Africa at Citibank, to make a few remarks, and then we will get started with the panel discussion. I can actually see my moderator signaling to me, so Christopher Arunga, you can come up and give us direction on the next part of the session.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you able to see me? Are you sure? Good. Thanks, Victoria. It's always a pleasure. I think this is the first time I'm getting very close to you, and I can confirm what I see on TV. Okay, so George is not going to speak because we want to give you more time to interact with us. But I'm going to call them on stage. So we have George Wakaria. Please give a round of applause to him. And then George is from Citibank. I'll give them an opportunity to say their names and what they do, since they are of age, as you can see. We have Boniface from Safaricom. Give him a round of applause, please. Guys, have you forgotten what happened yesterday? Eh? At the other side. Give him a good round of applause. Or you don't want such a treatment today? And then we have Norbert from Taxman. Hey, guys, clap. Or you will get some fines. Okay? So I have a lovely team here. And it's a very rich team because we are bringing in the experience. We are bringing government. We have a telco company. We have a representative from the commercial banks, and we have MasterCard. And of course, you have me here as a risk management professional. So my name is Chris Arunga, and I'll be your host for this particular session. Just give me a minute. Good. So if I may just start with give the panelists an opportunity to say the name and what they have done for the society up to today, though briefly. So I start from the taxman as I go through to Ali.
Good afternoon. This is Nixon Omondi, Manager, Digital Economy Tax Office, Domestic Taxes Department, Kenya Revenue Authority. Thank you.
Okay, Boniface.
Yep, my name is Boniface Mungania from Safaricom. I head M-Pesa payments.
My name is George Wakaria. I am the Treasury and Trade Solutions Head at Citibank. I take care of the digital channels, payments, receivables, liquidity management, and trade for our East African business.
My name is again Shehryar Ali. I'm the country manager for MasterCard for East Africa, and I cover governments, FIs, fintechs, telcos, and merchants for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And because George was meant to give a speech, which he hasn't given, so I'll start with him. George is a refined scientist, but he is now in commerce. So most of our discussions are going to be tailored around how the environment, the business environment actually can benefit from this concept of digital currency. I draw my inspiration a lot from poets. I think I'm actually one of them. And one of the poets says that at the soul of currency, the soul of currency is trust. So I would love George to give us a little bit of how the banking industry generally is likely to benefit from the digital currency. Where is their place? And how in their own opinion, how do they think the uptake of digital currency will be impacted by trust? So George, it's your floor.
Thank you very much, Chris. So when we think about trust, what goes into our minds? And fixing this conversation to the issue of money, to me, trust means if I give you, say, 1,000 shillings, will I get it back when I need it? Will I get 1,000 shillings back? And when we now look at this in the monetary lens, trust comes in many terms. Who is the entity that is holding these 1,000 shillings for you? Do they have a strong financial position such that whether you need your money immediately, tomorrow, or next year, when you need it, you will get it at that point? That means, in addition to the financial position, is it led by people who should have that fiduciary responsibility, who can be trusted, for lack of a better word? Is there anyone watching that entity and making sure that they are who they say they are, they do what they're supposed to, and that brings the element of regulation. That actually helps a lot with the trust question. And then there is, of course, assume everything went haywire. Is there a way to ensure that you still get your 1,000 shillings back? Is there some sort of insurance linked to the person that's holding this money for you? And then there is another aspect that Sheria has spoken about during the introductory session, which is how volatile is this 1,000 shillings when it's held by the entity that you gave it to? Looking at the Bitcoin example, for example, one day a Bitcoin is worth 50,000 shillings, the next day 20,000 shillings. Would you want your 1,000 shillings when you need it, it's worth 200 shillings, right? So trust in many ways is something that is very pertinent to the digital currencies question that, or discussion that we're having today. And that now brings me to the central bank digital currencies that are on this, that are the topic for today. Now, when a central bank issues a currency, whether it's banknotes and coins or money sitting in a bank account somewhere, you know that every shilling, every dollar, or whatever currency has parity, has the same value as the dollar that was previously issued by that central bank. That gives you confidence that there is no volatility in your savings. There is no volatility if you had borrowed 1,000, no one is telling you to pay 2,000 tomorrow because the value of that borrowing has changed. So it's key that some of the risks posed by cryptocurrencies or non-regulated currencies are resolved by central banks getting into this conversation and issuing their own currencies, a digital currency that are just the same as the traditional currency that we are used to working with. I'll now give a banker's perspective on some positives and negatives or challenges that will come with this. The first is a benefit is, of course, cash management. I've been in banking 14 years now, and one of my first jobs or roles was a receivables product manager, which really most of my time was spent dealing with cash in transit companies, making sure that our customers' money was transported from at the right time, at the right place, and with no losses. It's an expensive aspect of managing cash. Its transportation, its storage, its management, because the same parity of 1 shilling to the other means if I take money, you'll never be able to trace it, that this is the 1,000 shilling that you stole from me yesterday. So the management around cash, the insurance, means that a huge chunk of the value is lost as expenses along that value chain. So with a digital currency, there is significant savings that is built into that because there is no physical cash that you need to deal with. That, of course, has other connotations that I'll cover separately, but it's a major benefit when you look at it. Then there is, of course, again, with the digital nature of this currency, the banker or the fintech that's providing you payments, collections, or other services is able to have lots of traceability and visibility of what you're doing with your money. Who are you paying? Why are you being paid? can I develop products that make that job for you easier? And of course, since this is commerce, can I make some or get some value from that? Can I make some revenue out of that? In addition to that, of course, there is the financial inclusion agenda. Financial inclusion for me is, are the majority of the people able to pay or be paid? Can they save? Can they borrow? Can they get insurance? No matter where they are, no matter their gender, you know, making sure that 100% of the population is covered. Depending on the design of a central bank digital currency, depending on who the players are and what their roles are, the financial inclusion agenda can be significantly boosted by eliminating cash handling and moving to the digital space. And then that, of course, comes with significant benefits. E-commerce, interoperability of multiple payment systems such that you can buy anything, anytime, and you'll have finality of payment soon after, and you're backstopped by a regulator, the issue of that currency, so there is no doubt about the value that you're getting. And then finally, there is the cross-border element of all this. Currently, when you're transacting cross-border, both due to aspects you cannot change, like time zones, and others you can't change, like the number of parties involved in a cross-border payment, it's not real-time. In some cases it is recently, but cross-border payments have built-in inefficiencies that can be resolved by a digital currency that hopefully, as we continue with the design process, can have finality immediately. In addition to that, of course, there is the FX element, FX foreign exchange element. Generally, spot transactions, changing shillings to dollars, have a 2-day settlement period. But why should it be 2 days if all parts of this, the counterparties and the processes and the systems are all speaking, on a real-time basis? So that's a key benefit that I foresee with this. Then, of course, we come to the challenges that I mentioned. All this is going to take a lot of money to develop, to maintain, and all parties will be involved in this. The central bank that will design and build the platform, host the wallets, the digital currency wallets. The banks that, in addition to their other technology spend, have to now connect to this new payment method. The individuals, corporates, all entities that now have to work with this new payment method. There is a cost to it, whether it's training or actual money spent in the development, and that's something that we have to consider, and if we have to do phased approaches, it's something we'll have to do. Then, of course, speaking as a banker again, how do banks make money? Some people have savings or are cash rich, some people need to borrow. We make money in that movement of money. We charge fees and we lend based on that intermediation that we do. Now, if a digital currency is going to be hosted, say, at the central bank, of what use is a bank? Can the design incorporate the needs of all the players, or will it start from a clean slate and everyone starts learning how to make their daily bread from scratch? So all those are considerations that have to be put in place before. And then digital currency and cybersecurity, or digital anything and cybersecurity, go hand in hand. What happens to a holder of a retail wallet or a consumer wallet who loses their token? It could be information that's forgotten, a physical token that's lost, or it fell in the water. What happens? Do they lose their claim to those funds? How is the process of getting them back their money? So such considerations, and of course I'm using the TEMA examples. There's of course theft, theft from someone sitting in Eastern Europe or Georgia.
Okay. So thank you, George.
Yeah.
This, I told you, this is the master of currency. He can speak after the following day. George, thank you for the very insightful information that you've given us there, and you've actually spoken a little bit of what Boniface is going to touch. I'm just pitying him what he will say after your speech. But Ali, something that did not come out clearly, Could you just give us the difference between the digital currency, the mobile money, card payments, and cryptocurrency in a very simple term that I can go home and tell my grandmother that this is the difference? Yes, so the floor is yours.
I think there's nothing that is surprising. I think most of us probably are aware of this, that, for example, in a mobile money or card scenario, you can take a physical fiat currency and plug it into your wallet or your card, right? Now, there is a physical to digital change that happens when it comes to these two modes. When you talk about cryptocurrency, it doesn't accept physical. So it has to be already, the starting point has to be in a digital format, and then it has to be transferred into crypto. And same thing, like in the case of mobile money and cards, you can just go to an agent or an ATM and withdraw your money. In the case of crypto, it would have to come out of the crypto world through either an exchange or direct, and then you would have to have a conversion method in which you can convert it back to fiat. Now, one example of that, just to bring it to life, is crypto cards that MasterCard has launched globally, where you can link your crypto wallet to a crypto card, and suddenly, what's the biggest issue, let's say, with cryptocurrency? It's acceptance, interoperability. So that is one solution that MasterCard has come out with, where you can now suddenly have 50 million spots around the world where MasterCard products and solutions are accepted, and you can now go in with your crypto wallet, which already has a digital crypto card attached to it, and convert real time between crypto to a fiat transaction. So these use cases are coming up more and more, but I think interoperability is the biggest challenge when we compare these three, which is crypto, mobile money, and card. Yeah.
Okay, there's the risk of anti-money laundering on the crypto space. Are there systems that can help the banks to monitor that conversion from fiat to crypto, and even the regulators and government, even KRA, they need to know who is buying crypto as an investment, so that then they tax him? Yes.
So I think you've touched on a very good point. So when it comes to visibility, let's take the bull by the horn. Are FIs and telcos or any virtual asset service provider, can they actually cite when a fiat gets converted into crypto or a digital currency? Because if you can't see it, then you can't really have the data points to work with it, right? So that's where MasterCard has come out with we've just purchased a company called CipherTrace. This was in September 2021, which enables any financial service provider to plug into their either core banking system or data warehouse, depending on how the structures go, where you can actually now see how much on a particular customer, how much trading is taking place between fiat and crypto. And money laundering is definitely a key concern, and that's very rightly pointed out, Chris, by you. It is hard for us to see when a crypto, for example, is being used on the dark web. It could be that it is being used for drug trafficking, terrorism financing. The list goes on, yeah? And I really find it interesting because we humans, we generally categorize and we say, okay, either crypto and digital currencies are of no use, no good, they've got all these problems, or we think of, though, they're really good because they helped us out during really highly volatile times, like we mentioned in Bahamas and the currency devaluation in Nigeria and so on and so forth. So it is really none of that, because every time, it's a tool backed by a blockchain technology. You can use it the way you want to use it. And just like a normal currency has its AML concerns or risks, similarly, cryptocurrency would as well. With tools like CipherTrace, you will be able to see, as and when you see irregularities, even on a real-time transaction, a risk score can be generated and passed back to the FI or whichever service provider is enabling it, to let them know that there is some, either based on frequency or the type of crypto exchange that is being transacted with, there is something wrong and needs to be checked. So I think definitely there are the risks. There's obviously the cost of managing crypto compared to the other products. A lot of electricity usage. Interestingly, Bitcoin last year used as much electricity as Belgium. It was actually 3 terawatt hours less than Belgium, but it was more than Philippines. And that just tells you how much energy it really eats up. So it's not the most efficient when it comes to climate and some of the other facets.
Yeah.
Sorry for the
Yeah,
long
what Ali is saying is that Bitcoin used electricity which we could have used in the entire East African region. Plus, do I need to add South Sudan? Thank you, Ali. Getting to Boniface, in the midst of all this conversation, where does this put M-Pesa or any other telco? Are there opportunities for you guys? Is it coming to replace you? And what are other use cases that telcos can actually tap in and make a business sense out of it?
Yeah, so when you look at the discussion around the digital currencies and existing players, and when you look at M-Pesa, it's a payment service provider, it's a PSP. Most of the people call M-Pesa a telco. It's actually a payment service provider. We have a couple of them now regulated. And there is then the banking. Now, there are 3 things you could look at as far as looking at either the potential implication of having a central bank issued currency, and either to banks or PSPs. And the first thing you would ask yourself is, what's the model? What Ali talked about earlier. What type of CBDC would a government or a central bank issue? And I think Ali touched on also.
Please tell us what is CBDC.
CBDC is a central bank digital currency. Example. That's specific. I want to dwell on because of the latest discussion. So you could look at the type of CBDC that CBK could issue, for example. If it's wholesale, that means banks and PSPs play a big role in distribution. If it's retail, then we could ask a question which goes to the second point. What's the motivation, or what use cases are we really pushing? And again, Ali and George have talked about a couple of them. And we need to ask ourselves, where really is the use case? And to this, I actually looked at up to 9 markets or 9 countries that have implemented central bank digital currencies in various stages, and the motivation. If you look at Nigeria, which is fully launched, really what they're looking at is increasing financial inclusion. They are not the level where we are, 85% financial inclusion. If you look at Ghana, which is now in pilot, what they are looking for is just facilitating real-time payments. So you can see those are real use cases that they connect to. If you go to South Africa, still at pilot, they are more or less assessing how they can introduce efficiency in the financial service industry. If you go to Egypt, which is at research, their biggest concern today is costs. If you go to Eastern Caribbean, which is in pilot again, financial inclusion, payment efficiency. If you go to China, which probably everyone will be looking at because there's potential of actually making a digital currency succeed in China. But China and Kenya are very similar. This is where we have the likes of WeChat ecosystem and Alipay. Highly successful, as good as M-Pesa on a smaller scale, on a larger scale now, looking at the population. What they are looking at in China is more of, introduce competition, efficiency, etc. Go to Malaysia, which is at POC level, financial inclusion. Go to Thailand, access to government services is the use case. And then Bahamas, which has been launched, and Ali mentioned somewhere, all they wanted is just to modernize their country's financial system. And so what would be the motivation in Kenya? And I'll refer first to our financial inclusion level, 85%. There's a chance we could accelerate the gap to 90-something, for example. That is one of the reasons that would be one motivation. The only thing we need to ask ourselves, why do we have that 16% remaining? And by the way, Kenya is third ranked in Africa after South Africa and Seychelles.
Yes.
So that case of financial inclusion is something to be debated. Now, the second thing is cost. There's a chance a CBDC would probably lower cost of transaction and facilitate interoperability. And then the third one is, are there inefficiencies to be addressed? Then the third point, which now points to how then would it work in a market like this, is looking at a CBDC ecosystem. Who are the 2, 3, 4 main players? The issuer. That will always be the central bank. Then in between, there's what you call the currency distributors. You could see M-Pesa, you could see any retail bank starting to play in between the role of either account management or distributors. And then the last one is a very important area. And I see a lot of startups and technology around payment processing. So it can work. There are use cases, and there is potential for all the players who are in the sector today to benefit.
Thank you so much. So it will complement what Safaricom has, and Safaricom can also just be a distributor of digital currency. It's good to hear, and I know it's going to be a good thing for all of us. Cost, I'm one of the happiest people because I'm very sensitive to transaction costs. Now we want to go to the tax man, Nixon Omondi. What are some of the implications of tax on this digital currency? Could you just elaborate to us and make the audience smile? They're too afraid.
You know, we say kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea, si ndio? Yeah, we're in Swahili land.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, so when each of us pay their fair share of taxes, then we are able to even do the central bank digital currency, because it will require some money, okay? We know that the minister read the budget last week, and the finance bill is almost out. I don't know how many people have taken an opportunity to check on those proposals and are planning to forward their proposals to Parliament or to KRA or to Treasury. Because that is the only way in which we shape, our policy making. So I want to urge our participants here that let's get involved in policy making. Very quickly, Peter, to cryptocurrencies and crypto assets. You know, this is a new thing, and you'll not see it in the Income Tax Act or in the VAT Act or in our taxation laws. But when you look at the laws keenly, they already take care of such kind of properties. The government introduced digital service tax in 2020. And when you look at the definition under digital service tax, you're able to see that a portion of these digital assets are covered. When you want to get to know how to tax cryptos and crypto assets, you should look at the parties involved. That is the simplest way to know. One, we have people who provide the technology. If you get to them, you are able to know whether they should be subject to which kind of tax. We also have people who are exchanging, either providing the exchange platform or the people who are already the crypto holders or those who are mining, for example. You get to know then how to tax them. If you look at our Income Tax Act, separate from DST, our own capital gains tax already alludes to property for corporate bodies. So any kind of property, and property is defined in a very, it's quite large, and I'm sure cryptos are covered under property. So when you dispose of such properties, including cryptos, just know that capital gains tax will then apply. If you are mining, for example, you're actually in business. That's why you see miners invest in heavy equipment. I know my friend is much more versed with that area. So you will be computing how much you've earned of course, after translating to equivalent Kenya shillings, and you also net off whatever expenditure that you have incurred in coming up with whatever income you've earned. And then you charge self-assessment, whether it's 30% corporate rate, or for individuals, you do the banding, the 10% up to the 30%. There's the issue of VAT on digital services. You know, part of government policy is to ensure that all businesses compete on an equal footing. So for a long time, if you are a Kenyan resident, for example, and you have a platform where you offer digital services, if your income is 5 million plus, you'll be required to register for VAT and charge. For non-residents, those are people who have businesses, they don't have physical location in Kenya, and that's where cryptos have taken us to, we are aware. They have been providing these services to Kenyans, and there's no mechanism of charging VAT. What does that mean? The Kenyan business seems more expensive than the non-resident business. So to ensure that these two people compete in equal footing, there is the VAT on the digital marketplace, so that anybody who is offering digital services who is not within our borders, they are supposed to charge 16% like our own residents. And these taxes are not unique. The VAT has been, guided by OECD, implemented in all the OECD countries, almost 30-something countries, together with many other jurisdictions. DST is also a tax that has been introduced by several jurisdictions in Africa and across the globe. So it's also not unique. So it's in a bid one to ensure that governments are able to function, they're able to expand the tax base, collect taxes where they are due, and run government services. One key important thing to note, and I'm happy that my co-panelists have mentioned, is the issue of visibility. How will the government know that I'm trading or I'm mining or have purchased or have sold something using one of the cryptos? One, Kenya entered into a framework known as CRS, for the bankers, I'm sure they are aware, where banks are supposed to share information with the revenue authorities on those who are trading or those whose money flows into those accounts. And that CRS is not just a Kenyan affair, it's a global affair. So other countries will also be exchanging with us similar information. And currently, OECD is leading an engagement on how to enhance exchange information with respect to cryptocurrency and crypto assets. So we are just not limited to the traditional financial information, but we are also looking into the crypto information so that governments are aware who is buying what, who is exchanging how much, and if those people, of course, are also paying their fair share of tax.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we're the first group to give you many minutes to ask us questions. So if you don't ask questions, I will ask you questions. And that can be, oh, you dare me? Okay, let me start with you. What is the difference between digital currency and cryptocurrency? It was a dare game. Where are the proctors to give her the mic? Vicky, are there words for them answering questions? We need a mic in front here. And then I'll pick the questions. I'll start with you, the gentleman on white. Spelling for?
Saying the
spelling.
The spelling is different.
Ah, come on. Is there an award for that?
It's true.
You better be. Yes, so number 2 is the gentleman here, and then there's another hand on the other side. So you'd be number 3. And number 4? Okay, so let's start with those 3 questions.
Okay, so my first, first I would want to know from George, it's sort of you are saying that the central bank currency could render the banks useless or run the banks out of business. Would that constitute a situation where the bankers would be in opposition to getting this, the central bank digital currency come into fruition? And the same question I think will go to Safaricom, because in most cases it seems like it's a direct competition, because you're saying we're already at 85% of digital inclusion. And from what I see from Safaricom, you are working so hard to get it to 100%, being the biggest financial, through M-Pesa that is. So from what I hear from the two of you, I sort of feel like it could be a big opposition from the banks and Safaricom to the central bank idea of digital currency.
Thank you. Number 2. Okay, you can go. So George, you'll pick up that question.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Eric Okeno from Kakamega County Government. Now, I just a question to the taxman. Yeah? If I go to US and work there, and I'm paid by a company there, of course, where will my taxes be paid to? That's definitely the US. Now, if I'm in Kenya and I'm working maybe online and I'm paid from there, why should I pay Kenya yet whoever paid me is from the US? That's in that double payment of tax.
Okay, okay, guys. For any question relating to the taxman, let's limit it to the digital currency space. But I think he's going to take that. But I'm just warning others that they don't bring the other tax issues. But you can actually see him after this conference. And yes, so the third person. There was a question, the gentleman on white. I don't know whether he changed his mind. Or he changed his mind. Okay, so let's pick that. George, do you want me to say something before you go? Okay, there are two basic models for implementing the digital currency. And one of the models is where the central bank basically owns the infrastructure and everything that there is therein. That is the model that is likely to basically kick out the financial intermediation, because then you'll go directly to the producer of the currency. The other model is where the bank issues it, but then there is a distributor who distributes it to others. Just like currently with the physical fiat currency, the central bank issues the coins and notes, but then it is distributed by commercial banks. And that is the likely model that they're likely to have, because when you do the first model, then basically you have to have customer experience people, you have to have other things that are needed in order to manage that process. And maybe George.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Maybe you can get next. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They say it's the people closest to you who, Kachonya is a good old friend, and the answer to the question about opposition from the players in this industry, the answer is no. There will not be opposition to that. And that's why I like the fact that the conversation was started through a discussion paper. Discussion means what are the positives around these central bank digital currencies, what are the potential challenges, and then the outcome of that conversation is a structure that benefits all. So earlier I mentioned the various benefits that central bank digital currencies would offer. There is the trust angle, which the regulated entities, banks, payment services providers, and so on, bring to the table. And then there is the social aspect. In the definition of financial inclusion, you have so many products that banks and other financial intermediaries can deliver: savings, insurance, lending, payments, and so on. There is so much in there that, depending on the design of the CBDC in Kenya, for example, and it most likely will follow the Bahamian one or the Nigerian one, where banks or other players are not disintermediated. There will be a win-win situation to all that. So I would say, no, you'll not see opposition. We'll just argue both sides of the topic.
Thank you. The taxman, briefly though, about online work and the tax therein.
Thank you. Very quickly is, in Kenya, employment income is taxed on a global basis, irrespective of where you are working, provided you are a Kenyan resident. Allow me not to get into the nuances of what a resident is, but if you know you are Kenyan, let's say that you are taxed on employment income, irrespective of where you offer your employment services. The beauty, why you cannot be double taxed, is that the law allows you to declare the income earned, supposedly from outside the country, but you claim credit for taxes you have paid outside Kenya. So if you are working in the US, but you are a Kenyan resident, you declare your employment income, tax according to the Kenyan tax rates, but claim credit for taxes paid in the US. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the crowd? I also have a question, guys, so you need to prepare. And I'll choose. Okay, there's a gentleman there. Somebody, where's the microphone? What's happening today? Any other questions, so that you be number one, then number two? I need another microphone in front here. You can start if you have the microphone. Then we go to him.
My question is on what does it mean for a rural farmer, say like in Kenango, with 50 bags of potatoes? How can that be converted to digital currency? What are the processes involved? Because that's how it's going to make an impact to our people. And if I can convert my 50 bags of potatoes to digital currency, can I access loans using that value that has been confirmed in my farm? Or if I have, let's say, like 20 bulls in Samburu, that's how it's going to make sense to a commoner in our country. Thank you.
Okay. Then a microphone there. Any other question? I can pick 3 questions before the answer.
Thank you. My question has to do with innovation of institutions. If the central bank is in the business of money, currency, like banks, then who becomes the regulator? Who regulates the central bank? And it's not unique to Kenya. It applies globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is about the many scams we are hearing on digital money and those cryptos. I don't know much about the cryptos, but I believe I've been seeing in the social media a lot of people being conned right, left, and center. I don't know how the controls will be. Thank you.
Okay. So, Boniface, tell us about the farmer in Kinangop. I love Kinangop. They have a dairy there. The dairy farmers there want to convert their wealth in digital. How can they go about it?
Yes, so thanks. That's a really tough question. And it took me back to 2013 when M-Shwari was introduced. And a very simple thing changed. And it was how we look at credit. And in particular, we use non-traditional data. So the first thing would have, a very simple answer would have been, how can someone know that you actually have X bags of potatoes when they're profiling you for credit, as opposed to what you see? And so coming back to how this could be converted, it's really difficult. The only thing I would say is it has to go through the trade process. So are you keeping the potatoes, or are you going to trade with them? And if you're going to trade with them, then the next thing is, are you going to trade with them in cash or not? And if you're trading in cash or not, that's where the decision is. And when you talk of digitizing an economy like Kenya, our biggest pain point is that point of trading with a potato, cash or E. And when you receive E, and really one of the things we've been doing, and that's why banks really like M-Pesa, M-Pesa mobs cash from very low or very, basically to the mass, mob cash and then put it in e-system. So it has to go through the trade process. But for me, the most important thing is how that the goods you have can be more visible within the financial system. And I think that's the biggest role that a system like what you have, or what could be put in place by a central bank, would play.
Okay. And George, can he get the loans with his digital, with his potatoes? How can it transform into a loan?
Yeah, I think I'll go back to the question of how the central bank digital currency is designed from the get-go. At its core, the central bank, for it to mint or issue a digital coin or shilling, it will have some technology that gets the information on customers from banks and creates wallets for them. These wallets, we can call them accounts. So the farmer in Kinangop, the farmer in Samburu, to use your example, can open an account either at the central bank, if the central bank takes this role for itself, or with a bank or fintech regulated by the central bank. Meaning, for all intents and purposes, you can interact or sell your cow, sell your cabbages from Kinangop without worrying or without even seeing that this is a digital currency you're dealing with, because there is parity. The key part is there is no actual cash that will come from that account at any point. So simplicity is something that can be built into this. So
Yes.
Can you access it? Yes. Can you therefore borrow? Now that means banks have to be involved because the role of lending, especially to individuals, becomes a bank's job, not a central bank's job.
Yes. And maybe just to wrap it up on that particular question, the second model that I talked about, where the bank issues the digital currency, but then there is a wholesaler. In that case, can be Safaricom, it can be Citibank or any other bank, can come in and basically, bankroll it to the person. So the farmer in Kinangop or wherever they are can actually have a digital account where his digital currency is transferred from either channel. It could be from your money in your bank account or from your M-Pesa account. It gets into the digital currency wallet. In terms of scams, Ali, this has to be yours. There's a lot of problems in terms of people can scam you, Nigerians, or and also talk about the volatility of the crypto, because mostly that touches also on the crypto. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's important to understand there's intermediary scams, which is where you trust somebody who is unregularized, like there's no FI in between, there's no licensed entity, and you trust them with operating with an exchange wallet somewhere, and that person swindles you off of your money. And volatility, like Chris mentioned, is high any which ways, right? So it is not for the faint-hearted, I would say. You need to, know exactly what the role of the players that are involved in your transaction do for you. What value do they add? How are they licensed, or what kind of oversight there is? So I think that is important, because otherwise scamming is it goes every day. We see thousands of scams come out and go. There's other kinds of scamming that happens, like within crypto, which is that if I don't know how many of you have ever seen that deadly sight of that screen on your laptop where you're said ransomware attack, and you're screen goes blue and your disk gets encrypted, and you could have crypto sitting there. Generally what happens is the scammers will reach out to you and ask you to pay them in Bitcoin in order for you to get the key to decrypt your either blocks that you have built on that server or whatever else. So that's a different kind of scam. And I think no matter which currency platform you look at, whether it's digital play, cards, mobile money, whatever, you will always have a fight to the finish between scammers and hackers and all that is good. And I think it's extremely critical that when we talk about the future, we talk about security. We don't take it lightly that innovation is good, but innovation must be backed by a foundation which is stable, secure, and that's why some of the products, like I mentioned, CipherTrace gives you visibility. We have Safety Net at MasterCard, which is another product that we designed. So given our 60 years of experience, we have clearly seen it's not just about innovation. You've got to do innovation, you've got to back it up with secure platforms and solutions, which in the end give you an elevated experience as a consumer. I hope that answers to some extent.
Thank you. I was talking to Vicky and she was saying she is interested in buying crypto. It's not for the faint-hearted.
It isn't, yeah.
Okay, we are going to take the last round of questions, but there was a question on who is going to regulate central bank. I think one of the responses that I've submitted personally to them is to look at how they can use the second approach so that then they don't look like they are competing in terms of with the other. So I believe in the second approach, they won't need to be regulated. In the first approach, obviously, yeah, you're right. They'll have to look for somebody to regulate them. So let's pick the last 3 questions, then we end it there. Yes, so I can start there as number 1. Any other? Number 2. And the last one. Okay, last one would be me asking somebody a random question on there. So you better prepare. Wake up your neighbor if they are gone to the other dimension. Yeah, so you can start.
Yeah, Watson Kanuku from Machakos University. Now, given the current occurrences, specifically the war in Ukraine, I think all of us are aware that the president of Russia declared that oil will be bought either in rubles or in bitcoins. And we know the relationship in terms of trade between Kenya and Russia. Now that it's not very clear the position of cryptocurrency in the country, does this present an opportunity or a threat? And what can be done at this particular point in time?
Okay, then we can go here.
Thank you. My name is Bernard Wanjau from Dell Technologies. So my question is also still around, I think it's just basically still about the regulatory part of it. With digital currency, let's say being managed or being issued from the central banks, and that's Kenya, Nigeria, etc. Today we know the monetary policies or we're using the dollar standard. Before it used to be gold standard, now we're using dollar standard to, be able to determine the value of the local currency. And that's something which is happening around the world. Now, when it comes to digital currency, what would be the standard being used? And how is that going to be managed, let's say, from an international consensus perspective, as opposed to a country just running their own little bubble, with no actual value which is being applied, where I as a Kenyan citizen can use my digital currency once it comes into play in Kenya to be able to interact internationally, knowing the value of that currency. Thank you.
Actually, Bernard is a very informed person about digital currency, and if you don't get an answer, I'm sorry, you are going to give us one. So he is willing to take on Bernard's question on the standard. Yeah, Ali, take on that, and then George, you want to deal with the threat or opportunity? Norbert, maybe. Norbert, do you want to take that? Or George? Okay, George, take it up. Yeah, so we can start with Ali.
So I think Bernard's question, and thank you for giving us your time while we were preparing for the session. You see, interestingly, there's a fourth type of digital currency which we didn't talk much about because there is a lack of one globally, and that's called stablecoin. And stablecoin is pegged against a globally, I think there's a few basket of currencies which are really benchmarked against, like the US dollar or British pound or whatever. And stablecoin not only can be pegged against a currency that the global community kind of agrees on, but it also can be pegged against a commodity. So it could be, again, gold standard, like you mentioned. So there is a lot of research and work that's going on around stablecoin as a challenger to the distributed ledger technology-based cryptocurrencies, because it can really enable a digital currency to be widely circulated, yet be fully regulated. Yes, your pseudonymity in terms of your identity can still be respected as part of I mean, it is anyways respected in cryptocurrency, but in the case of a stablecoin, as well it would be. Because I think a stablecoin just comes with the backing of various countries and geographies, and it also is well regulated. But I don't think we have matured, to be honest, we have not matured to that level globally where we could come up with a solution that everybody agrees on.
Okay. So I guess in the interim, we are going to still use the dollar standard. Okay.
So to Mr. Wanjao's question, and I think I'll tie it to a question that had been asked from that corner about who regulates the central bank. Basically, the central bank gains its mandate to issue currency from the constitution and from laws that our lawmakers pass. So who regulates the central bank? It's the lawmakers. It's constitutional changes that we all will do. So linking to that, a central bank digital currency issued by CBK, for example, would be legal tender in Kenya. It would have parity in terms of value with a shilling issued in coins or notes, or a bank balance through the normal transmission mechanism. So as to how or what standard we would be following, that will not change. The currency that is issued today will just take a different form. Instead of notes and coins, we would have an additional one that's a digital currency. Now, it falls to the central bank to now manage the money supply in order to ensure that we are not duplicating the supply of money with all the inflationary and exchange rate weakness implications that would have. So this is all within the existing mechanism.
Okay, good. Well, I think we have come to the close of our session. I have a question and a gift for someone who is willing to take up the question. Or I ask first. No. Thank you so much. It's been nice having you guys, and I hope I want to thank the panelists for the good job that they have done, and we're happy that you gave us this opportunity to talk with you, to speak with you and discuss. Let us find time and respond to the discussion paper. It's going to be informative even to the central government in order on how they're going to make decisions. Thank you so much, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you so much, Chris, and to our panelists as well. I believe we have some gift hampers. So, Chris, I will call on you temporarily to help. You can have your seat, yes, as we hand out the gift hampers to our panelists, just as an extra thank you. And I'm not sure why you think I have a faint heart when it comes to the volatility of crypto, but anyway. Fantastic. So, Chris, if you can join me stage left, we have the gift hampers on standby. And we'll call each of the panelists up as we gift them and wrap the session. So as we're doing that really quickly, the next breakout sessions coming up, cybersecurity will be right here.
0.2 percentage to the population penetration as compared to Nigeria's 73% as a population penetration. This is as of December of 2020. It is worth noting that the internet subscriptions in Kenya rose about 5.1% between April and June 2020 as demand for the service surged amid the stay-at-home measures due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Subscriptions increased to 40.9 million in the quarter ending June 2020 from 38.9 million in the period ending March of the same year, based on an industry report from the Communications Authority of Kenya at the time. This was attributed to the increased demand for access to information online, coupled with the transfer of more services to the digital space during the pandemic period. With the COVID-19 pandemic, many consumers continue to adopt video conferencing services as they work from home, access online entertainment, and streaming video on-demand services. The just launched Digital Master Plan by the ICT Authority has got 4 pillars. Digital infrastructure that focuses on on infrastructure rollout and sustainability. Digital services and data management, which focuses on services offered using technology and issues around management of data. Digital skills that focuses on capacity building. Digital innovation, enterprise and business that focuses on innovation, incubation, and enterprise. In support of the above, information security and cyber management are part of the cross-cutting themes that support all the pillars above, in addition to emerging technologies. This goes to show how the ICT Authority has infused cybersecurity as part of its 10-year journey that we have planned for the industry at large. The Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth, working with the ICT Authority and telco stakeholders, are responsible for the landing of 6 submarine fiber cables into the country, a fact that helps the industry meet the high demand for broadband in the country. These cables are the East African Marine System, which we know as TIMS, which is a cable with a capacity of 5.6 terabits per second, CCOM, which is a cable worth 1.5 terabits per second, the Djibouti Africa Regional Express, which we call DARE, with a capacity of 36 terabits, the Lower Indian Ocean Network, which we know as Lion 2, a cable with a capacity of 1.28 terabits per second, the East African Submarine System, which we know as ESA, a cable with 36 terabits per second, and the Pakistan East Africa Connecting Europe, which was recently launched, which we term as PEACE, with the 16 terabits per second. With the above submarine cables congregating to a total of about 96 terabits per second, we are a critical force within the region, and most of the internet traffic is routed from our submarine landing stations in Mombasa within the region, making this a potential single point of failure that we need to address, not just as an industry, but as a region. Let it be known to us that the world's largest culture is the internet, comprising of 60.1% of the world's population. So the world's population is seen to be 7.8 billion, out of which 4.7 billion are users in the internet. It is out of these numbers that we form part of the ecosystem that is then affected by cyber threats as we undertake our daily business activities. It is on the backdrop of the above that we note the difference in the orchestration cycle of cyber attacks done 15 years ago compared to the current situation. It took almost 1 week for a cyber attack, mostly remotely initiated, to take its full effect and to destabilize the operations of any given organization. But today, it takes an average of 2 to 3 hours to fully orchestrate a full cyber attack of a magnitude once the intruder has been within your network and has taken time to understand the operations of the victim. This has largely been as a result of the increased internet speeds over the years, making it even more efficient for an external aggressor to undertake their aggressions, thus the oxymoron to improving the connectivity performance, only just to improve the effectiveness of a cyber attack. I therefore propose to you my 5 principles on cybersecurity. One of them, if there's a vulnerability, it shall be exploited. And the second one, with innovation comes opportunity for exploitation. And therefore, even today, as we discuss smart tech, it is not lost onto us that a lot of the innovations that happened, like IoT, had got a cyber attack that was called Maria, that was very specific to IoT devices. And I think before I go to the third one, you know, last night I spent a lot of time here. I don't know if all of you can just reach your hands under your seats, and anyone who finds anything, just lift up their hand, with the exception of the tables in front here. Reach your hands under your seats, and anyone who gets a paper, lift up your hand. So I'll go to the third one. And the third one says, humans trust even when they shouldn't. And therefore they fall for phishing scams very easily. So you're a good representation of what it is that we are known for. All right? The fourth one, let us bake cybersecurity at the inception of all and not at the tail end of our projects. And my fifth one, when in doubt, refer to the first one. Infrastructure security outages in the telco sector in Kenya was touched on by the CEO of Telcom Kenya, Mr. Kibati, as well as TESPOC when they spoke to us earlier on, I think it was yesterday. We're informed that in the industry, we have suffered about 30 fiber cuts per day with the advent of the Nairobi Expressway. It should not be lost to us that the ICT connectivity and internet infrastructure were recently gazetted as critical infrastructure. It is therefore worth noting that in the telecommunications sector, the infrastructure that has been declared critical spans data, voice, communication, internet, connectivity, domain, IP management, as well as data and information management. This timely and important development will now see a greater effort devoted towards the protection, preservation, and management of such infrastructure, and as such, it behoves unto us to take critical care of our cybersecurity perspective to ensure the uptime and availability of these systems. The Kenya technology culture has been often joked to be one of click, click, next, finish. We never read the terms and conditions, the T's and C's. As Kenyans, we are really hungry for service consumption. We are becoming the microwave culture for wanting services quickly without thinking of the implications of the actions we take that ultimately have an effect on our cybersecurity posture. Sometimes I think if we had an EULA, you know, the end user license agreement, that had something written, your wife is cheating on you, many Kenyans would click next, submit, if in agreement, they would just click yes, without knowing what it is that's in there. I therefore urge you, these license agreements have an implication to the legal ramifications of responsibility when something goes wrong. Let us take time to read what's in these documents before we commit on behalf of our entities. In the process of an automation audit undertaken by ICT Authority, we abbreviate ourselves as ICTA, one entity had a product license that read in part, as a user, you take full responsibility of the security of this system, and we take no liability of any breach, whether intended or not, of the system in your period of use. And your guess is as good as mine. You know what option the Kenyan entity took. Click, next, finish. Some of the continued threats to critical infrastructure in Kenya include deficiencies in planning and coordination that make it easy for the destruction of critical infrastructure, human activities that cause destruction, attitude and skills that promote damage to infrastructure, legislation that allows litigation for any personal public project that has unfortunately resulted in the stalling of national infrastructure, natural causes derived from climate change such as floods, acts of terrorism, mostly critical infrastructure, invulnerable because damage at any point of the system can result in total shutdown. There is need for us as government to build upon the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, the Kenya Information and Communications Act, the Data Protection Bill, and the proposed Critical Infrastructure Bill, so as to clearly provide for effective risk management of the critical assets that we have, systems and networks that we have within our country. We equally need to consider streamlining our agencies for a clear-cut, defined, dedicated, and centralized oversight of our country's cybersecurity functions, which greatly focus on the protection of critical infrastructure and essential services. The initiative and approach needs to be encapsulated by mutually supporting pillars of our cybersecurity strategy under review by various stakeholders. We therefore should be thinking of building resilient infrastructure to ensure continued provision of essential services. We need to identify and ensure that our agencies offering critical infrastructure and services have the capabilities and measures in place to detect, respond, and recover from cyber threats. We as a government as well need to consider engaging more closely with the private sector, majority who are in this room, to develop a safe and secure cyberspace for the country as a holistic approach. In the cybersecurity, we are only as strong as the weakest link. It is important, therefore, for the public and small businesses to be more diligent about protecting their digital assets to improve our collective safety in the cyberspace as a whole. To improve everyday cyber hygiene and awareness, the ICT Authority and its partners, with the support of the ministry, has been running an awareness campaign that targets the ICT officers across ministries in the country. We are also in the middle of implementing the National Public Key Infrastructure, working in liaison with the Communications Authority for the provision of security signatures as a way of mitigating cyber threats in government financial transactions across public-facing systems for citizens. We equally have to acknowledge that this is not a race that we can win alone. We need all hands on deck from government, private sector, academia, for us to achieve success. It is for this reason that the information security needs to be embedded not just at the C level of our various entities, but also at the board level to ensure that the conversation aligns security as a strategic risk and not as an operational item within management. It is our hope that we will have similar sessions in future that will bring together a diverse range of thought leaders from the cybersecurity front and enable such candid exchange of views in future. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Michael Tafadhali. Yes, I know there was a bit of disappointment there when you're told to reach under your seats. You all thought you had that Oprah moment, a car for you and a car for you. No, at times it's just a lie, like, I've read the terms and conditions. It's the same thing that happens right there. I'd like to call on our moderator to come on stage at this particular point in time. Anthony Muyoro, Associate Director, Cybersecurity and Privacy Leader, and he's also the President of the ISACA Kenya chapter, who will come on stage and take us through this particular discussion of cybersecurity. He'll also call on stage his panelists as well as we get into that particular discussion. A round of applause for Anthony, please.
So, good afternoon, Diani. Connected fire, connected power as well. All right, and I'm going to introduce a new one, cyber fire. Great. My name is Anthony Muyuro, Mwangi as well. As you've heard, I'm Associate Director for KPMG East Africa, looking after cybersecurity and privacy. I also double up as a president of ISACA Kenya chapter, and ISACA is basically a professional body. We certify, and we're in the business of building talent and, of course, developing the profession. So we have a booth in the exhibit stand, so kindly visit and know about what we do. So I'm delighted basically just to moderate this session. Something that is very interesting, and like Jeff mentioned, we will not call this the graveyard shift, will we? Not at all, right? This is the excitement shift. Absolutely. So we're going to be talking about the black belts of cyberspace, right? An interesting topic, particularly given that now we're talking about building the digital future of Kenya. When we talk about technology, innovation, digital transformation, and a whole array of other technologies that we, aspiring also just to build, particularly as we're building the future, the digital future of Kenya, cybersecurity becomes a very important topic. Why? Because this this is ideally the main risk. When you look, and even when you give it a global outlook, World Economic Forum, ideally for the last consequently, I think this is 7 years, cyber risk has always been top 5, particularly in that risk radar, right? In East Africa, as a firm, KPMG recently did a survey, and we were talking to various CEOs and various leaders in government and other institutions just to understand what are some of the main risks that keep them up at night. And guess what? Last year, cyber risk was number 1. Believe it, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that we frame this conversation just to understand that this is a big barrier to building that digital future that we aspire to build. And like Director Michael said, a cross-cutting theme in the National Digital Master Plan is cybersecurity and privacy. And allow me to read a few statistics for you. Communications Authority, according to their latest report, or from the SAT perspective, currently, over the last 3 months, which is the last quarter, they've detected 79,175,000 threats, right? And particularly coming out of COVID. We understand that the landscape changed. The good book says that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, right? But now in digital, the weapons of our cyber warfare are basically not physical. So we're talking about cyber weaponry. We're talking about bots. We're talking about these innovative tools that now are being used by some of these cyber actors, and we're going to be talking about them basically just to achieve the nefarious objectives that they want to achieve. So when we talk about even spending, it's good that we frame this from a position of we need to look at this, we need to spend our money where it hurts the most, we need to solve this problem. And I'm happy and it's inspiring just to learn that even the government and the different agencies have taken enough strides, particularly just to resolve this. And my panel today, we're going to be touching on those cross-cutting areas: awareness and capacity building, legal and regulatory initiatives that they've taken, threat intelligence, what are some of the collaborative approaches that we need to take? And we're going to hear, particularly from an NC4 perspective, what they're doing. Technical capacity, where do we need to spend? What technologies are effective? What does not work anymore? What is a new thing that we need to adopt? As well as resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point just to invite my amazing panel of thought leaders and I believe amazing speakers, and I'm going to introduce them. The first panelist is none other but Colonel Evans Ombati. Colonel is a director for the National Cyber Command Center, NC4, which also oversees the National Computer and Cybercrime Coordination Committee. A round of applause for him. Karibu, Colonel. Great. The second panelist is Joseph Nzano. Joseph is the head of cybersecurity at the Communications Authority of Kenya. Welcome very much, Joseph. Round of applause for him. Great. And our third panelist is none other but Philip Irode. Philip is a Deputy Director for Information Security at the ICT Authority. Welcome, Philip. Round of applause for him. Fourth panelist is Joseph Madenge. Joe Madenge is the Chief Operating Officer for Seriano. Welcome, Joe. And we also have Imran Shadri, and Imran is a Country Manager for Fortinet. Welcome, Imran. Karibu. And we also have Henry Bett. Henry is a cybersecurity specialist for Dimension Data. Welcome, Henry. And last and definitely not least, we also have Abdul Sheikh, and he is the founder and CEO for Convergence. Welcome very much, Abdul. Round of applause for him. Fantastic. Great. So this will be interesting. I encourage you, let's engage. I will give you an opportunity to ask questions because it's a very hot topic, and I can tell you, my panel, they've been getting ready just to share amazing insights with you. So gentlemen, welcome to the stage. You can check the mic and just confirm that it's working. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Excellent.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Amazing. Now, you will notice that we don't have a woman in the panel, right?
Hello.
Great. So I'll throw them under the bus, kidogo. So one of the key things we'll also discuss is diversity and inclusion. What are some of the things that we need to do basically to have a very good representation, particularly for women? Globally, we only have a representation of 25% of women in the cybersecurity workforce. And currently, we're looking at a shortfall of 3.5 million. So there is a big opportunity for us to attract and retain talent, particularly women. So I have you covered there. Excellent. Great. So we will start. And I'm going to invite Colonel. And the first question that I'm going to ask you, particularly when we are talking about, how we are protecting our cyberspace to create a conducive economic environment. What are some of the things that, particularly the Secretariat of the NC4, and what are we doing, and also coming from a position of, overseeing the agencies and the different collaboration arrangements that you have? Colonel?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony. Well, I'll quickly take ourselves through the problem that we are facing globally and nationally. As you may have realized during this connected workshop, everybody is talking of connections. And those connections are growing every day. People, systems, and processes. As we do that, there is a new and emerging threat or challenge of that connection. Information management, data management becomes threatened. Our thoughts are opened up. As you start thinking, the computer systems are reading what you're going to do next. In that environment, therefore, we borrow from the global perspective and discussions of what is happening. Global countries and nation states are putting up efforts to ensure security of this new environment called cyberspace. And that is why we have an emerging domain in security called cyber domain. As we think about securitizing cyber, we need to appreciate the elements in there. We have computers, we have networks. These computers include your mobile phones that each one of us is using. We have networks, we have systems, and critical services that government have to provide to people. The other challenge that we need to grapple about is sovereignty. We have our borders. These borders were defined, and we have land, we have air, we have sea, and we have security elements within nation states that look upon them. But the question we ask ourselves is, who is responsible to the protection of this new environment? And how to manage and reduce threats, attacks, and criminal elements operating in it. A case in point is we have been affected as a country. In the previous occasions, we have had terrorists operating and conducting attacks in our environment. Those people, before they conduct attacks, they recruit, they train, they facilitate funding, they conduct the attack by communicating. And that gives an environment where criminals are operating, and we can only feel them when they have done the attack. We have lost lives. You have seen in the case of Russia and Ukraine, the target of attack has been directed through ICTs. The targets of attack has been effected on some critical information infrastructure, as one of the speakers said, some of the global payment systems. So what should we do as a country, and what has Kenya done? In respect to that, it has considered cyber as an element of national security. And this has been incorporated in the National Security Act. Beyond that, we needed laws that will be able to establish institutions that can be able to formulate activities, policies, and strategies towards the management of this issue. Many of you think that cyber is technical. It's not. We want to appreciate it as an area where we operate, and we therefore must ensure that it's safe for businesses to invest, for people to conduct operations, and for people to be moved even from one place to another. So globally, we have a number of laws. We have a Budapest Convention. ITU laws and ICANN and so forth. But they do not go beyond a nation state. So it's a responsibility of countries, therefore, to come up with measures that would be able to protect their people, their systems, and their critical infrastructures in that space. It's in that respect that Kenya enacted the Computer Misuse Act 2018, as well as Data Protection Act and revision of a number of laws, including the Kenya Communications Act. Beyond that, we need entities and frameworks to be able to operate in that domain, and the case of establishment of a committee. And this is in the appreciation that issues cybersecurity are cross-cutting. They are cross-cutting in all sectors, and therefore we need all those people in those sectors to come together to be able to manage the issues arising in it. So to spearhead this discussion, we have a committee comprising of the national security agencies, the Attorney General's office, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Communications Authority of Kenya, the Ministry of ICT, the Ministry of Interior, the ODC, that's the Data Protection Commissioner, KRA, among others. And again, this network is growing, including all the key global players and national players in terms of ICTs. Besides that, the business of this committee is to be able to come up with policies, strategies, and coordinate any arising issues with regards to the protection, defense, and protection, response to emerging issues and attacks, as well as recovery from the same. This includes also training and awareness of the Kenyans. I think that gives the summary of the business and what Kenya is doing with regards to this area. And we're here to be able to endear that conversation. And I want us to all come together and appreciate that this threat is real. And the practitioners, people we are faced with, are the same original threats, nation states, criminals. And a criminal could be either you or myself. So we must incorporate security measures at all levels, including monitoring, including police and so forth, as well as vetting of our people at every level to ensure that they do what they are expected to do. I think with that, I want to stop there and call upon each one of us to participate in a safe and secure cyberspace for Kenya.
Thank you very much, Colonel, and very, very insightful. And I like the angle that you've also included there, particularly collaboration, right? And people coming together. So my second question will go to Joseph Nzano. When we talk about implementation of this cybersecurity ecosystem, right? From where you sit, particularly from the perspective of the Communications Authority, what are some of these challenges that we have? And if you don't mind, you can also share with us, I know you've recently released the quarterly report on, from a KESAT perspective. Maybe you can share a few stats to that effect.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and good evening, all of us. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and to be able to have this very sensitive and discussion. Yeah, so some of the challenges I would say could be varied, starting with, of course, the inadequacy of adequate participation, especially when, let's talk about the laws. Yeah. When developing the laws, the regulations, we need to participate more, contribute, give our inputs. When in 2018 the cybersecurity laws were being developed, participation was not very impressive, but this has improved. Recently when we did the data protection laws, a number of people came in and put inputs, which were later on adopted and used in those laws. Another area of challenge are the various opportunities which we have in capacity building and awareness. A lot of investment needs to be done in this area. Why? Because, as the Colonel has said, cybersecurity is not really tools. It's not really the systems which we put in place. It's more of the people. In fact, 80% of most of the crimes which are perpetrated are usually, the root cause is found to be the users, the people. So the more we empower each and every one of us to be champions of cybersecurity management, then the more we are able to be secure of our environments. For example, if at least we can empower ourselves and understand that when you receive an email from an unknown source and there's a link of which if you click on, it will most likely execute a ransomware. Right? So there are some of the areas which we need to be careful of and be able to proactively prevent such challenges. There are also very little opportunities being carried out right now on the area of innovation and research. We know that Kenyans, we are great innovators, we have great minds out there, but still we believe in the area of cybersecurity, there's a lot more to be done. We need to develop mobile apps, for example, which can bring capacity building and awareness to the people. At the authority, we have tried to develop one application called the KSAT. It's available in the iOS, it's available in Google Apps, you can download it. It's meant for reporting incidents, but still a lot of research needs to be done and a lot of collaboration in terms of technically how to secure ourselves in this area. We also need to improve our monitoring and capabilities of monitoring the cyber threats. As my President Anthony has said, in terms of statistics, the CA perspective of statistics, of which we have put some few tools here and there which can tell us roughly where we are headed. And I think Anthony seems to already have some data which, but anyway, yeah, roughly 79 million cyber threats were detected in the last 3 months. These are a lot. So if I break it down for you, we'll have roughly about 37 million on just malware, and this is around ransomware, right? The other threats which we picked from our perspective is the denial of service attacks, that is DDoS. And then also we have web application attacks. These are targeted to websites, applications which are developed. I'm very happy today that we have ICT officers from the counties, Anthony, because that's one of the challenges we have. At the county level, we develop applications, we develop websites, and we invest a lot in developing the solutions to the public, but we forget to invest on securing these applications. So we find threats are targeted to that level, even in the county levels. And more importantly, system vulnerabilities. Yes, we deploy systems, we put them in place, but they are vulnerable. We have not invested in what we call hardening them, in making them to be more robust, to be resilient to measures of threats. Finally, Anthony, as I conclude, maybe one of the pointers which is very key, and I've had it being mentioned this morning, is the area of standardization of certification. We thank you very much, President, since you took over ISACA. We are seeing a lot of activity in this area of certification, but of course, it's mostly foreign-based, which is good, but at some point we also might start thinking of having an adoption of the peculiar methods of or behaviors of Kenyans, and have certifications which are targeted to more what Kenyans do. For example, I can tell you today, mobile money, the way we use it, the social engineering around that area, not many of us have capacity and awareness of them. When you receive those messages, tuma kwa hii number, all right? When you receive that message, it tells you, mtoto amevunjika mguu, mimi ni mwalimu, nimempeleka hospital, I've already paid 10,000 out of the 15,000 shillings, so tuma 5,000, and you atibiwe afanyiwe operation. Then you realize when you send the money, actually you have lost it, right? So these are some of the simple social engineering tactics which are being used in the Kenyan space, and money is being lost, and there's nothing much you can do. In the talk which was given by director, he mentioned the subscribers. I have a figure here now, it's roughly about 65.8 million subscribers. So it's growing and the numbers are growing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bona Joseph. And you've also mentioned what also Kano also touched on about cyber laws. And maybe my next question would be to Philip Irode from ICT Authority. So what are some of the opportunities that we have for private sector to work alongside regulators and other policymakers pretty much to uphold cybersecurity laws? Because one of the biggest challenges we have also as an industry, particularly from a cyber point of view, is always that, collaboration, right? So what's your take, Philip?
Thank you very much, Anthony, and good afternoon, members. It's also an honor to be here, of course, connected. To answer your question, Tony, I think we all appreciate that, you know, we've moved tremendously in the aspects of data and cyberspace security. The current laws that we have the CMCA, which is the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, the Data Protection, the KICA regulations, and as well as the, you know, the current bill on critical infrastructure bill. Ideally, security should be multifaceted and, of course, multi-sectoral. We look at it from the aspect of both public, private, as well as, you know, the private sector. When you're looking at telecom, health services, banking, when an incident happens and it happens across all these domains, it affects all those aspects of our everyday economy life. So when you're looking at the laws and how can the private sector basically mutually coexist in coming up with laws that basically address this, you'll want to see what are the, you know, the levels of regulatory framework and legal aspects. When you're looking at, you know, law enforcement, do we have our law enforcement agencies that have been clearly trained appropriately in both aspects of investigation, prosecution,
So maybe a question to the audience. How many here have been hacked before? Show of hand. None? All you guys are good? All right, I can see 2 hands at the back, 3, 4. So the rest are good. Keep it up.
Good evening, everyone. So, if you notice one thing about this panel, and even our director who introduced us with a keynote, he is director of shared services.
Thank you very much, Henry. And because now we are talking about national critical infrastructure, right? Let's imagine you wake up one morning.
Protecting national infrastructure, I think, is a better question targeted at Kano here, but let me take a stab at it. Even before I get there, I do want to acknowledge the question that was asked by a lady, why we are all a bunch of men sitting up here. We are Syrianu, we are
Sometimes you find that you have invested, right, in the best-in-class technology, and we say next generation tools, and then you promise your board that
I think it's very exciting. I'm super excited to see this audience today. I was just sitting here and thinking 2015 when we started Fortinet in East Africa, cybersecurity was not even a thought process, was not even on
that were hitting the global charts. The third one, guess where it was coming from? Kenya. Do the attribution, guess where? Juja. Actually, to be more precise, from Kasarani to Juja, going that direction, right? So
I touched on this topic yesterday, but I've been requested to retouch it and maybe to demystify a little bit further. And I think
We are just now wrapping up. We are about to land this plane. So we'll give an opportunity for two guys to ask any burning questions. So as the mics are being handed to you, so just kindly lift your hand up. I'm going to ask, and by the way, on zero, can be brought to you. I'm going to ask a very controversial question to my panel. On counter offense, is it time that we considered and built the capacities and ability basically just to seek out these threat actors before they come to us? So we get them before they come. So we hack them first before they come to us. So I don't know who wants to take that. Maybe Kano?
Well, I can take that. In the meantime, I think I saw hands, which is critical. Well, what is important is that we need to think protection. If you are able to protect your systems, all these other measures of counter offense and reaction
Give you 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. What I just wanted to say is I think with the maturity we're seeing in East Africa now and the conversations we're
So maybe we can take like 2 burning questions from the audience. So we can start with you. Kindly tell us your name, the organization you represent, and then ask the question. Sorry, we can't hear you. The mic is, yeah.
About that. I'm Margaret Kimani. I'm an investment banker by profession. And I love this topic, and it's quite interesting because this is a very perfect time to discuss. My question was, and I think it cuts across a few of you, is it possible to incorporate cybersecurity and financial literacy, which I need to contribute in the banking sector? Money lost. And of course, in the banking sector, there's always very big penalties that we have to pay. And I'm asking this question because I'm a young mom, and our daughter has been wanting to do coding, but we've been very hesitant. And I know many of you can associate, because a lot of times, even when I leave her with the laptop, I'm either not too far away. You know, there's always that risk of, there's so many attacks, and I know there's artificial intelligence where they can see what the kid is watching on YouTube, and the next video that comes up is usually something enticing. So is it possible, is there a possibility? And I believe it's possible because earlier on I saw KICD, and I believe that we have CBC. This can be some course introduced, even if it's not this year, it can come quickly after this conference. Yeah, I have many more questions, but yes, well done. I understand on the women in tech part, and I believe if we incorporate this in the CBC, the teachers, majority of teachers, I have those statistics in the banking sector, are women. So I feel that this is a good place even to start introducing. Many of the teachers, and especially in the rural areas, might not have access to, this is foreign language to them. If we start at that early age, our kids will also know that this, you know, you don't open this, you don't do this on your phone. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So who's going to take that question? Joe, you want to take it?
Yes, I'll take the question on incorporating cyber and financial literacy. As mentioned earlier on, cyber warfare is warfare. Very early in the game. Started very early when you're trying to design your solution to put in place. I'll touch very briefly on your second question because I'm very passionate about that. It's so important to understand what your children, your nieces, your whomever you're taking, your guardians, whatever they're doing online, because there's a lot of information out there, both good and bad. Utilize technology. There are a lot of softwares out there that are excellent parental controls that do content control. Apple natively will put that type of control. You can see how much time your child is spending online and what they are seeing. There's another software that I use that I like. It's called QStudio. It's spelled QUSTODIO. It will cost you maybe about $25, maybe $30 a year. Excellent tool. Bottom line, do not assume that everything your child is doing online is safe. Also, recognize that these things take up a lot of our time. We spend hours staring at that device. I came across this term the other day that I thought was quite funny. They call a death scroll, where you're just sitting there and you don't even know what you're looking at, right? And it extends on to our kids.
All right, thank you. 1 minute.
1 minute, just a quick one. We have actually a stand here at CA, and there's a campaign which we are running, which is called Huwezi Kutucheza Tuko Cyber Smart. This campaign is particularly meant for the young ones, and as you can, I'm sure you are seeing it all over radio, TV, and even online. We have spent deliberate effort and resources to engage the young ones, especially during this long holiday period, so that they're able to learn more on how to use the cyberspace in a more safe way. I think I'll not say much for them, but just visit us at the stand and we'll tell you more about it. In fact, they made me wear the t-shirt and this cap. So get there so that you can get more information on that. A lot of information in terms of curriculum. And I think there are even discussions between CA and other practitioners on how to, and KICD, or how to introduce curriculum at these early ages. And I was very glad of a lunch hour. I got a witness of a parent who was actually taught by a child out of this campaign on how best to handle a phone call which has been called to you and you don't know who has called you. So the child told the parent, just delete it. Thank you.
Excellent. And I think Communications Authority are doing an amazing job. I think I have a different problem. My 3-year-old daughter can hack my phone. Like literally, I don't know how she did it, but she now knows my password and everything. So again, children, technology, we need to do a lot, and there's definitely room for that. So I think we'll end. There's a burning question. I can only take one. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll actually start off from where you commented and said that the HR component is the weakest link in the entire information system ecosystem, which is good. Gets complicated a bit. Research global indicate that third-party risk is actually the biggest contributor to data breach. And I want to speak to this component of HR. And I do this deliberately because looking around, I see a lot of vendors, which begs the question, we're talking about third-party security and there's this bit of over-reliance on vendors. After providing a solution, then you want to be doing support and all that. And actually, that's where the risk is. So the question is, where is professional ethics? Where is professional ethics in this space? And as a country, now that we are in this platform that we're having a discussion between public sector and private sector, looks like the legal framework that Philip went through doesn't seem to be working for us. So what do we need to do, and where this professional ethics matters cybersecurity, if really what we see here is third-party risk that actually bigger contributor to data breaches?
All right. Thank you very much. So gentlemen, Henry, you want to take that question?
Sure. So as dimension data, one of the things that one of the approaches that we take as we do assessments of the posture of your cybersecurity is to leverage industry standards and frameworks so that can guide us as practitioners, and we're not using subjective means. And we encourage all the people that we interact with to treat everyone the same. We have a lot of rules in our organizations that do not block internet for the executives. Well, that is a professional ethics problem in as far as security goes, because the hackers or the attacker is going to go for that executive that you're trying not to apply the same rule of security to the rest of the organization because you're afraid, the power distance issue, you're afraid of what they might say if they have a bad experience. So we must be very objective. There are no white or black sheep. We treat everyone the same. And the only way for us as practitioners is to leverage on industry standards so that we do not have that cognitive bias. And even you as IT players, as we engage with you, apply the rule across all your users equally. Okay? So that is how we breach that professional ethic aspect.
All right.
I'll wish to add something on that. Please note that the country has now a committee, and will want to appreciate all reports to any unprofessionalism in that area, and any issues arising. And maybe if you look at nc4.go.ke, there's a reporting framework that has been provided so that we can be able to get data on who is not ethically right, who is not doing what's right, what is happening, so that we can be able to address it. And I think that also should be able to be available to all of us for reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry and Colonel. And it's very important for everyone to know that we now have a reporting framework for any professional misconduct, mispractice, particularly within that space. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our session. Thank you very much for staying engaged. Again, this has been an amazing session. Feel free to engage with the panelists if at all you have any follow-up conversations that you'd want to have with them. But thank you very much. I wish all of you a pleasant evening. And now, before Jeff kicks me out of the stage, let me sign off. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Thank you.
Well, even if it's a conversation with cybersecurity black belts, there'll be no kicking going on here. But what we will do just before we leave, unlike Michael, who fooled us and thought they're gifts under seats, they're actually gifts for the panelists right here, and that's what we'll do at this point. I'd like to ask Anthony to go to that side. You shall, present those gifts to our speakers this evening. Asante sana. And even as he does that, of course, there'll be a cocktail and a dinner and a fireside chat later on this evening. We'll be giving you the details of that shortly. But as of now, the ushers will assist Anthony in handing out those gifts. So I think what we can do is we can actually exit stage as we pick our gifts and head on to our seats. So probably we can start from my extreme left. There you go. Asante sana. Of course, as you get your gift, there's a photo op right there. So please practice your best smile. Colonel, I know. Thank you so much. And I was told they preserved the brown bag for Joseph. I don't know why. I'm told he's done 2 days in a row in the afternoon. So it's a special bag for him as well. Asante sana. And as they get their gifts right there, just a quick reminder, there will be a cocktail at 6:30 p.m. at the Coral Bar, courtesy of Logitech. There'll be ushers at the registration desk to take you there, to guide you to the Coral Bar. That takes place at 6:30 p.m. There's a dinner as well at 8 p.m. at the registration desk to take you for that. There's a fireside chat sponsored by Safaricom at 9:30 p.m. That happens at Baobab as well. So cocktail at 6:30 at the Coral Bar, at Bustani, courtesy of Dell, and we have a fireside chat at 9:30 p.m. at Baobab, courtesy of Safaricom. There we go. Last but definitely not the least, Abdul Sheikh, of course, getting his gift hamper right there. Thank you so much. But the moderator also needs to be awarded, isn't it? Yes, so at that particular point, can they switch positions? There you go. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you. And of course, we had our keynote speaker who, even if you pulled a fast one on us, we shall still gift you. We shall not hold it against you, Michael, so you can come up on stage and get your gift as well as we bring this to a close. Oh, so you're the only one who had the paper. Now we know. Now we know how these games are played. It's only right. Only right. Thank you so much. So as we wind it up, for those who probably missed it, 6:30 p.m. cocktail at the Coral Bar, courtesy of Logitech. Dinner at 8 p.m. at Bustani, courtesy of Dell, and a fireside chat at 9:30 p.m. at Baobab, courtesy of Safaricom. We bring the day's discussions to a close physically, but of course it continues online. Hashtag Connected Summit 2022. It happens right there. You take a short break, of course. See you at the cocktail at 6:30 p.m. and have a good evening.